So we have about 10 minutes before the stream goes live. In the meanwhile, let's take a quick look at some of these teasers for the next patch, shall we? Let's start with special comms. I still haven't actually seen these in English yet.
No matter where you are now,
I've seen the CN one, but
don't give up hope.
not
I made
full.
the address of this backup terminal public to everyone we can trust. They're all looking for you.
Live.
Commandant, we'll never give
Lucha.
up until we find you. Realize it has been hours already. All this time and still no news. If we had followed, we would have already declared you dead.
I'm guessing that's supposed to be Vanessa. Yeah, that's probably Vanessa.
I still remember the graduation ceremony. The way you stood at the...
That's definitely Vanessa. English Vanessa. Pog.
I've imagined countless times when you eventually fall from grace. It would end like this. It doesn't matter anymore. You can't hear me anyway. I'm just for my...
Interesting.
Once you're... I'll summon Liv back to you.
Back to Egret.
You'll just be watching, seething with jealousy, regretting what
Yep,
you did not
that's definitely Vanessa. So, that's actually pretty cool. They got an English actress for Vanessa. Anyways, Druknend, or Nanda, Druknanda, like that. And I think it's, not Gaelic, but, either Irish or, Germanic. Basically, something happens, Commandant gets separated from the gang. Supposedly. Yeah, well, I actually know the answer technically, but still. And then we encounter Lamia, who's sent to help us, or something. Because obviously Lamia never does really anything off her own choice, usually. She just does whatever she can
Lamia,
so.
accept my power once more. I'll help upgrade your frame, giving you legs to walk freely, like the mermaid in the fairy tales.
Luna. Lamia, you've proven yourself.
I've regained some memories and remembered the meaning of this mermaid tale.
Well, then why not try to have all of it?
Is that possible? Then, can I ask for one more thing?
What is it?
When I have legs, can I be a bit taller? Like 170 centimeters?
Do not push it.
That's cute.
Is that me? Hold on. Let me think about this.
Yeah. That 170 centimeters fish. Unfortunately not. Okay. Stand proud, Damia. You are fish. Indeed. But man, I'm hyped. I've been waiting for this chapter for a little over a year now. It's been super hype, super hype. Still got about 5 minutes left. I don't think I watched the Lisa Echo PV before.
Arisa, 善と愛にそのすべてを捧げ。この続きは？
氷を欺くべからず。
その通り。いいかい？ルールと秩序を守ることで私たちは本当の家族になれるんだ。
善と愛にそのすべてを捧げ、氷を欺くべからず。
What was it?
欺くべからず。
Never this. Okay. Never this. This.
これはお父様の実験。そんな。
正義、秩序とルール。今時そんなの信じるやついるかよ。
何が善と愛のためによ。生き残れるだけで十分でしょ。
違う。正義とはこうじゃないはず。だからこの目でしっかり見定める。私たちと共に戦ってください。まずは姉さんが先陣を切る。そして私のこの矢で審判を始めます。姉さんは作戦通りに動いて私と連携するの。審判の領域内では私が攻撃を放つたびに敵に罪傷を刻みます。出力不足の場合はスライドステップを駆使して力を貯めてみてください。審判の天秤が水平状態になれば私たちの正義の刃で敵の巨猛を打ち砕きます。暗闇が広がる限り私たちは進み続けます。
Hey, cool little PV. Nice, nice, nice. So that was Elisa Echo for herself, and then Everglowing Justice. That was just a general PV, but we're almost ready for the actual live. Oh,
It doesn't matter
it's actually live.
I'm just for my.
Okay, so they're playing through these again.
One ship. I'll summon Liv back to you. You'll just be watching, seething with jealousy, regretting why you did not.
Yeah, and that's a cute little animation. Roland and there's, I mean not the brain part because I was reading some stuff about the other stuff. But Roland and Lamia. Soon. Anywho. Now, as we go through Everglowing Justice today, I probably will lay a little bit off on the whole voice acting attempts and stuff. Just because my throat's still reeling from yesterday. Particularly, especially because of all the Noctis voice acting. 10 hours of Noctis. Really troublesome. Really, really troublesome. Voice. Alpha. Man, these old animations are very cute.
Lamia, accept my power once more. I'll help upgrade your frame, giving you legs to walk freely, like the mermaid
Also, let me
in
start
the
recording
fairy
this as
tales.
well. After this.
Lamia, you've proven yourself.
I've regained some memories and remembered the meaning of this mermaid tale.
Well, then why not try to have all of it?
Is that possible? Then, can I ask for one more thing?
What is it?
When I have legs, can I be a bit taller? Like 170 centimeters?
Do not push it.
Is that me? Hold on. Let me think about this.
Okay, hello YouTube frogs. The actual not full live stream, but the recorded version of this. How are you doing? Today we're gonna be going through the live stream for Punishing Gray Ravens Cradle Parade update and see what they have to offer. I already saw some of that stuff. A couple things I forgot over the past year, as I don't remember everything off the top of my head. So it'll be nice to get a refresher on that. For any of you people that are CN gamers, you're already in the know, obviously. Much in the know. Same with JP gamers and KR gamers and so forth. But these little animations are kind of cute. There's a couple other ones besides this one that was in the stream.
We're all looking for you, Commandant. No matter where you are now, please, don't give up hope.
I've made the address of this backup terminal public to everyone we can trust. They're all looking for you.
Commandant, we'll never give up until we find you. Realize it has been hours already. All this time and still no news. If we had followed, we would have already declared you dead. How hilarious. I still remember the graduation ceremony. The way you stood at the... I've imagined countless times when you eventually fall from grace. It would end like this. It doesn't matter anymore. You can't
Hello.
hear me anyway.
Hey, Kaida. How you doing? Yeah. Us global peeps. But yeah, I'm doing chill.
Once you're...
I'm just vibing.
You'll just be watching.
I do personally like. I don't. While I don't play CN, I do like try to keep up with it. So like I know things here and there. So some things might not come as a surprise to me in this stream. Because I think, particularly I'm thinking like skin reruns. Because I think this patch we should be getting a rerun of Stigmata's skin, the church one. If not Stigmata's skin, I think it was a rerun of stuff. But yeah, that last one, or actually, oh no, yeah, I guess it's probably. I'm probably a little bit behind or something, but probably yeah. Lamia English VA, Roland VA.
What should I do today? This new frame from Luna surely looks great, doesn't it?
That it does.
But why am I still shorter than 170 centimeters?
Lamia,
Hey, Luna.
it seems that you've mastered the two forms of this new frame.
Also,
Very
is this?
well.
That is on
Now,
HD. Yeah.
Tell me what intel you've discovered.
Of course.
It's very cute. Yeah.
I snuck into Lithos' base after I exchanged info with my little bird in Babylonia.
Okay,
There,
Murray.
I found this abandoned comms terminal.
Oh. And is this the? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's the same thing. So that's Lucia, I think.
Please, don't give up hope.
I've made the address of this
That's
backup
Lee,
terminal public to
obviously.
everyone we can trust. They're all looking for you.
Commandant,
This is Liv.
never give up until we find you. Realize it
And then this is Vanessa.
already.
English
All
Vanessa.
this time and still no news. If we had
But
followed
man, they actually did the perfect casting for Vanessa in English. Cause damn that sultry and sassiness. Woo! Playable Vanessa 1, alternate reality Vanessa playable 1, Doko. I don't know who this is though. I don't know if that's a Selena transmission getting picked up in this, or if that's just somebody else, or if that's Vanessa singing. Who knows? And then more Vanessa.
when you eventually fall from grace. It would end like this. It doesn't matter anymore. You can't hear me anyway. I'm just for my... One ship. I'll send
Yep.
and live.
And then Vanessa doing Vanessa things. Being all sultry and saying like,
Just be watching.
hey, you're dead. Watch me take my ship back.
Regretting why you did not.
Man, I love Vanessa. She's a great, like, love-hate
They're
sort of
looking
character.
for the Grey Raven Commandant.
That's right. It seems that the Grey Ravens were trying very hard to find the Commandant's whereabouts.
Does Babylonia lose its commandants this easily nowadays?
Lithos built his base under the sea this time, where it ran into the missing Commandant. Guess what? I disguised myself as Lillian to keep my identity hidden.
Brilliant.
But I still ran into the Commandant. Just my luck.
Well, no matter what form you take, you'd be exposed as soon as you connected to the Grey Raven Commandant.
That's what happened. It took me so much effort to come up with excuses every time the Commandant tried to connect with me. Babylonian Commandants. Are they all some kind of superhumans? Who has time to care for others in such a dire situation? Still, in the end, the Commandant...
In the end, what? What, Lamia? You gonna finish that sentence?
Commandant.
Okay.
Never give up until we find you. No matter where you are now.
The transmitter. Lamia! Okay, and those squoods. Yeah, got a couple cool new enemy types in this patch. And then Commandant POV. Hmm? Whose voice was that, I wonder?
I want to catch up to those
Lithos, I think?
and
Or
see just what
no
it
one?
is that they've
Well,
given their lives for.
no one is spoilers things, but
I want to witness for myself.
we'll not talk about no one in this patch until that happens.
This is some of the footage I recorded, Luna.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Did work hard.
Personally, I still prefer like
You and the Grey
JP
Raven
to watch the
Commandant
JP
ran into
stuff,
quite a
but
lot of trouble,
especially like for the
didn't you?
English people, it's definitely
both
great that
heard a
they've
lot
done
about that
English
egg.
trailers now.
That's right. That egg has something to do with the Ascension Network's filtering. I believe it will help you pass the new filtering.
It's Vonnegut. The Ascendant my sister encountered in Fort Winter was sent by him.
From what I found, he was the one who let Lithos kidnap the Commandant to complete Project Cathilla.
Cathilla?
Yes, Cathilla is a hetero creature born from the Red Tide. She just kept coming after me to take back the egg, which is why I changed back into this form. I had no choice but to fight her.
Another preview. Okay, yep. Boss preview of Cathilla. I think this just only shows phase 1. Oh, nope, that's phase 2. Yeah, very hard boss. Oh yeah, Nugget. Whew! He is absolutely flaming. I do quite like Nugget. He's a really great character.
I wish you'd been there, Luna. Cathilla has 2 forms. One has multiple ranged attacks, and the other has a whip that kept me from approaching it. Her egg also interfered with my mind, which stopped me from freely switching my forms. If it were Alpha, she would have defeated Cathilla in an instant.
I like
wouldn't she?
actually a lot of the
I
characters,
also
both
encountered
male
a
and
Leviathan
female.
named Deep Star before defeating Cathilla. I only managed to escape the
So
sea
yeah,
with its help.
I like my husbandos
Because it
and
was
my
part of
waifus.
Project Cathilla, I had to fight it on the ocean.
Mm-hmm. For
The
sure, for sure.
Leviathan was armed with multiple weapons, and it would jump up to attack. Because of how big it was, I had to make use of the cannons on the ship to damage it effectively.
Deep
It
Star
even split the
Cathilla.
ocean apart after it was injured.
In the gay
Fighting
whale
me under
form.
the sea.
And I guess they're gonna show us now a little bit of the whale form. Yep. Yeah, that's also a pretty cool fight as well.
I can't believe I actually took down such a tough enemy. I must have gotten stronger, right?
I haven't seen you for a while, but your battle skills have indeed improved, Lamia.
That's right. After your adjustment to my frame, I now wield a halberd blade and have mastery over the sea.
Okay, so that's
I
what
can
the
also
weapons
freely
are
switch
considered.
between my 2
Halberd
forms.
blade.
It feels incredible to be able to walk on land and swim in water. In my normal form, I can control the weather around me on a small scale, and I can attack using water. With every attack, I accumulate the energy of the Dark Tide. Once the energy is full, I can switch to my most powerful form. In this form, I can control the ocean, covering the entire battlefield with the sea. On my own turf, I can control water more freely, dealing more powerful attacks. And with enough energy,
Yeah, her animations
I can
are also
perform
really
a
nice.
leap attack with the power
Very
of
cool.
Dark Tide,
And also very cute.
drowning all these
Especially like when
bombs
she
and
stumbles,
sending them to
when
the
you're like
bottom of the
walking
sea.
around. It's very cute. She has a little like stumble animation where she almost trips over.
I know this better than anyone. A mermaid abandoned in the depths of the sea shall never touch the starry sky. And I can never get back those who shine as bright as the stars. Still, the daughter of the sea is drawn to them. No matter how faint the spark might be, as long as I can reach those stars, I'll never, ever regret a thing.
That wasn't as clean of a transition as their transitions are in Lua, but
For real?
still pretty
Don't
good
expect
transition
too much.
from the 3D to 2D.
Stay away! I'll strike you if you come any closer. King orbs to accumulate energy. Once it's full, I can summon the Dark Tide. I can bring about an even stronger wave if I combine 2 tidal waves. Now, let me show you what I've got. I can switch between my 2 forms at will. Pretty awesome, right? And my combat skills work the same way as before, so don't sweat it. Make a charged attack with the power of Dark Tide. Now let's put an end to this. Sink to the bottom of the sea. That's finally over.
We lost Lullaby, Lamia. Okay, so that's the name of her frame. Lost Lullaby.
What
cool.
form of power is this? I never thought it'd become this strong.
Remember, Lamia,
Shizume,
this
Umi no
power
soko ni.
is temporary. It will slowly disappear as my power fades. So,
That's
any
pretty
other
much
intel?
her boss fight all
Let
over.
me think.
Every time. Shizume,
Right.
Shizume,
I've
Shizume.
spent a long time disguised as a Babylonia construct before this. This is what I've gathered.
Okay.
So this is what
Malo
you
animation.
found?
Cute.
What?
Lillian!
No, not this.
Well, Lamia
Actually,
disguised
I
as a
think
Lillian.
all the Babylonians
That's a-
love
yeah,
this
cute.
style. I
Coding.
remember Alpha
Coding
did
preview.
the same thing last time. That said, you look even more powerful now, Luna.
Yep, it is very pretty.
up with
The
your look,
her fairy
Lillian?
garment
Let me
outfit.
see.
This one's also really cute
Is
too.
this
This
how
is more closer to
Babylonia
like her
interprets your
original like
current
goth
forms?
look.
What's wrong with me? Hold on, I'll look it up. Should be this one?
But yeah, her fairy garment, elf mermaid look is really nice. That outfit. Also expensive. I think it's like 17,000 black cards or something like that. I don't remember what Rexon said. I think the most expensive like gacha BC right now at the moment is
Too much.
the one that was released in the last patch on CN. I think it was like 18,500 or something. Yeah. A lot of the newer skins, especially like the really nice ones, are gacha.
Sink to the bottom of the sea. Get out of my sight.
Interesting that they chose a like more aggressive direction for this skin
Phew, it's finally
for those
over.
battle lines. That's actually kind of nice.
According to this Asimov guy, this coating was inspired by the
According to
Greek
Asimov.
Golden Age legends. A translucent design and the twines
It's like,
along
what?
its veil.
Did you steal this off of Asimov's database or something?
Of the sea.
That'd be funny.
They must have some misunderstanding about my frame. This is the power of the Ascension Network. As summer
That's cute.
approaches, Babylonia
Hey,
has
yep.
designed new
All those
outfits
really
for
nice
me.
outfits. No one,
Wait.
and I think no one's
How are
freeze
these
actually, if
guys
I
under
remember
the
correctly.
sea?
And Selena, oh, that summer outfit for Capriccio is
Babylonians have been keeping busy with
absolutely
all
lovely.
this, instead of fighting against the punishing virus.
And also changes the
No
music
wonder
when
they
you
simply
use
infiltrate
Capriccio's
Babylonia
ult.
this easily.
Do they ever take a break? It's going to take me forever to read all this. Oh, why don't we just watch this footage?
Yep. And of course, starting with the best, Selena, Cappuccino,
It is my honor to
Capriccio.
perform with you all.
Basically DJ Sona. PGR's own DJ Sona.
Everything's ready. The overture begins. Next is development. The fantasia begins. It's time for a minuet. Thank you for appreciating the cadenza. May this song echo through the future we wish for.
Yep, and then the hyperreal.
Thanks. It's exactly what I needed. Here, the support mechanoid I promised you is done. Simulation complete. Commandant, we're going to win this fight. There's no way out! Don't think you can escape my sight!
This pew pew. Good old Lee.
Cease your existence at the end of time!
Oh, that's actually a cool outro. I don't think I remember actually seeing that outro. That's actually kind of cool. That little battle complete victory. Look. And then no one, which is free. Sign an event. That's a really nice looking skin too.
Keep the pain away from our future. This is the best match. Bring wounds to the night. A warm spring will be bred from winter.
Anyway, this is all the information about these coatings. I've also noticed that many signals, including that of the Grey Raven Commandant, have appeared in Constellia during this time. Grey Raven, Dark Ares, even the engineering force? I think something major is happening there, Luna.
And Constellia, eh?
Isn't the WGAA in charge of that place?
Huh, I see. Even a chief slacks off as well. Let me see. My guess was right. They even opened a new dessert shop by the
Oh, another one of these events. This is actually cute. I like these events. The cooking events.
Other constructs will join in this
Remember,
delicious dessert.
don't put Lucia on the cooking.
Maybe I can go to Constellia.
Don't be like some people you see on Facebook who let Lucia cook.
Called Cooking Lulu Alpha and I visited last time. I hope we'll find this one enjoyable as well.
After the holiday in Constellia, Babylonia
Hey,
has also assigned
Babel
new
Tower,
training
Nigel,
missions for all
Lullabies, okay,
Wait,
Boss
They've
Rush,
collected Cathilla's combat data to train the Commandant? And this...
events, and then Guild Expedition,
is that
fun.
the price of slacking off?
Remember to log
Looking at
in,
it
do your guild
exhausts me.
fights.
Fortunately, I'm an ascendant. Apart from the regular content, they have a new event called Derived from Matrix. What is that? Oh, let me look it up. Here it is. Corrupt. Escape.
21, Wednesday. Weapon derived from Matrix. Is this a new? I think this is one of the new permanent battle modes or something like that. Kind of like Recitativo, I think. I'm not too sure. I think it was in either this patch or another one. Hey, Lesty! I think that was Lesty. Pretty sure it was. It kind of looked like her. Oh? We got memories. Interesting.
But where exactly can we run?
It kinda looks like Lusty. A little different, but not really. Interesting.
This construct doesn't look familiar. My intel suggests that derived from Matrix is similar to cursed waves.
Yeah, cursed
from
waves.
before.
So basically same
Commandants
type of thing.
need to constantly improve during escapes to reach the final ending.
So
What
another
was the
permanent
introduction
stuff.
to
I need to
derived
actually
from
finish
Matrix?
Cursed Waves.
Please feel free to discover more details in the event. Huh? Where is Luna?
I just spent some time tracking the Grey Raven Commandant. The Babylonia intel I deciphered shows
Hey,
that
there it
during
is.
Stelia's
Yep.
holiday,
Karenina.
Grey Raven Commandant spent a lot of time with
Idle
the
Nina.
engineering force construct.
Also very extensive CE.
Let's
It's like
see.
15,000 BC.
New coding by the WGAA, based on the Golden Age idols. There's even a blueprint of the design. Wow, that's a completely different person.
This doesn't look like something the engineering force captain would use. Let's see what you've been up to, Grey Raven Commandant.
Okay. Question: are they gonna do the English, or are they gonna do the JP for this? Her little theme. I wouldn't be surprised if they did it in English. I mean, probably gonna be good. I expect it. But man, it's a very adorable skin.
Resistance is futile.
Idle Nina.
Blast propulsion. Fire. What are you looking at? I'll smash you all into pieces. Close here and say cheese. Oh, turn it off! Turn it off!
Very cute skin.
I'll knock you lowly scums away.
Neon Dynamite.
It seems unexpected things are also happening in Constellia. I'll just leave the rest of the story to the Commandant.
Meanwhile, to stop the Commandant from slacking off,
Okay, yep, the 7-day
to
sign-in
let the
for
Commandant train even harder,
no one's
Babylonia has
outfit.
prepared different rewards for the upcoming summer event. Participate to earn rewards,
Okay, and then
like
14
basic
daily
R&D tickets, event R&D tickets, and free
research. Yeah.
When will the Ascendants get benefits
Hey,
like the Babylonians?
blue
It
cards.
would definitely make me work harder.
More blue cards.
Do you
Nice.
want me to bring in the red-haired construct from Babylonia?
You mean Vera? No. I'm so sorry, Luna. This is all the intel I've found. I've been working diligently. Right, Luna?
Not bad, Lamia. By the way, I've picked something from Babylonia's
Lamia
supply
OG.
reserve.
Lamia OG.
Should be useful to you.
So
Consider it a
300.
little gift.
Nice.
If
There
you
you go.
can get here,
Codes.
Grey Raven
Free
Commandant.
codes. Nice.
All right, Lamia. I'll leave all the other intel gathering to you.
Why me again? Luna! Wait for me!
Okay. And now we got the full PV.
I'm Lamia. Say something else? Hold on. Let me think.
Okay, Metis is the name of her
Are we
6-star
fighting for real?
Sig. What?
Don't expect too much. Die. Get
Yeah,
out
girl fails
of my
indeed.
sight. Scatter like foam. Quiet. Sink to the bottom of this sea.
No, been a while. But mind you, I'm not happy to see you at all.
Nice to meet you. My name is Selena. If I may, have we met before?
Lee of Grey Raven, at your service. Yes, I'm back. I think we're friends enough to skip the red tape, so let's get right into
Little
it.
bird. That was cute. Okay, and then walk over here.
Hello, Commandant.
Some of the moves.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Noah. That is my real name. once again, at your service.
You want
Yeah,
to know
yeah,
where my
I do
blood
stream
lies?
very long. It usually depends, some days, but, it normally is at least 4 to 6 hours on average. Though some days, obviously, could go as high as like 8, 12, 14, 11. Pretty much. Endurance, indeed. And of course, also, now the blue card guaranteed selector also is a thing happening. And then Cetus, the cub, and then Cthulhu, the boss. And Deep Star Cthulhu, the other boss. And Battleship. On the ground stage. And their underwater base. Yeah, fair. It does take getting used to and building, or as some people might say, being built different. Ooh, Sky Island. That's actually a nice little guild place. And that's Cradle Parade. I can't wait. 8 more days, I think. Something like that. Yeah, 8 more days. Soon. So apparently I was wrong. No coding reruns. So I guess we'll leave that at that. Close out at Edge. And now, let's open up PGR. And actually do Elisa's patch, because I still haven't done it yet. The story, at least. Open this up. And then after Lisa's patch, I had to see if we could pull up the cutscenes from the boss mode battle thingy that we had this patch for Lamia, because there's probably some important stuff in there. But that little mini event is already locked, so I have to see if it's in the logs. I'm pretty sure it is. Okay. I already did my login, so that's why that didn't pop up. But I do need to grab this. I already grabbed all the other stuff, so items. That. And now let's do material, nowhere land. Just get this done so I could finish my dailies. Memories. Vinky. Grab a couple of those. Members. Elisa, there you are. And now let's try to get classes, and then she will be finished. Nope. Nope. Still got a couple days to roll class on her, and then she'll be complete. Probably will eventually try to change these up to attack crit, but even they should be fine anyways, as HP attack regardless. I didn't grab all of these, did I? Nope. Grab. Yeah, I am a whale on this game. Pretty big whale. Okay, that's done. Like, if you look at my top-up bonus history... Like, almost 37,000. So yeah, that's why I have so many S's. It's a lot. I spend a lot of money on this game, but it's absolutely worth it. Like, Kuro absolutely does a good one by their players. So I support them. But yeah, if you want to take a look, I wanted to get these to the S+, but I didn't have the money, so I'll get them there eventually. It's just gonna probably take some time. Vera, double S. I've been holding off on picking up, Isla, trying to get her from, like, pools and stuff. Which, with the blue card updates, I'll probably pick her up, and then I'll be able to fast track her to triple S. Then you got almost all the A ranks I have, S+, except for a couple. But yeah. 21, Launcha, A2, my only S+ of the near team, unfortunately. And then Vera, Rosen, Chrome, Sophia, Watanabe, Lucia, Dawn, Lux. And this is my Fire God. Unfortunately, I never got stuff on him, but yeah, overall, pretty dope. And Liv, Eclipse, and that's my Alisa. I need to get more weapons and or the USBs to actually finish her off and get the other two for weapon resonances. And that's my Karenina, triple S, fully tuned and everything. Yeah, Wanchi. I can't wait for the free Wanchi to come, the ice tank, cause man, my Chrome, I love Chrome and stuff. He's great and all, but he's just so outdated in damage. And I never actually picked up his pain scars to get him to double S, so. But yeah. Where was he? Karenina. There's my Mechanami, my Nanamech. One of my favorites as well. Got everything for the Nanami. And I can't wait for her new frame on CN. That's gonna be pretty pog. And then my Selena. Would have had some coatings for her if I had the funds for like this one that happened, but I didn't. And then got my Liv. Same deal. Unfortunately, I didn't end up getting any of their coatings, extra coatings. I really wanted this. I'll have to wait for the rerun to get it. And yeah, Watanabe is very soon. Definitely a lot better. Also really cool, very fun guy as well. I'll probably mess around with like double tank builds when Watanabe comes around, as I'll probably try to do what I can to get him to triple S. If not, I'll just get him to whatever I could get him to. And then I'll just either do the standard team for like pain cage stuff. While for non-pain cage stuff, I might use like double up on like tanks and do like Watanabe. And there's my 9S, 2B, and then my triple S Luna. And who's this? I don't know who this guy is. Do you know who this guy is? Oh no, he seems kinda chill. Just kidding. Okay, memeing aside, yeah, my Changyu. Rosetta, also like super invested into. And then my Plume. So fun character, but triple S, and unfortunately her damage has been outscaled like so much over the years. But yeah, can't wait for Chu to finally replace her and have good damage again. And then Alpha, I fortunately don't have Stigmata. If I did, she would have been here, triple S, so in the meanwhile, I'm coping with, Elite Alpha. For now. And then my, Luminance. And then my Bananami. And then here I got Hunying. Need to get a weapon eventually. Of course, there's my Hyperreal. And also has pretty much ideal resonances for the most part. Most of my like resonated characters will have their ideal stuff because I do try to focus on getting those. And then good old Veritas back in the days. And then my Karenina, she used to have the fire set on her stat, but then I gave it to Fire God up here. He stole her set. So yeah. But yeah, Karenina. The original Ember. And then good old Kamui with the outfit. And then Noctis, I need to pick up his weapon, but very great guy as well. I love his gameplay as well. Then obviously my Chrome, Vampire Chrome. And then OG Nanami, Pulse, well, OG S rank Nanami. And then Bambanata, I kinda lazed about it and then get her stuff in her event, so she's not S right now, unfortunately. And then good old Bastion, Lotus, and then Brilliance on Nightblade, my Blast, Zero, and then Lee. And obviously, yeah, I don't have Stigmata, unfortunately, at the moment. And then here, for my Uniframes, Triple S Selena. I do. Not often, but I do. Like, especially like in the guild battles and stuff. Obviously you have to play the A ranks for your weekly guild battle. And then my Noan soon will have his new coating. And Hike Mama, Hulao, Roland, Chu, and Kamu. Obviously, not too much investment into these. I have pretty much all of their stuff done except for Chu. She's the only one who doesn't have fully complete stuff. I only just unlocked these two just so I have her execution and the thingy. But I do need to get her leveled up. All my other Uniframes have all their stuff leveled. So yeah, that's pretty much my account, and obviously on a rank 21, like I'm already past level 120, which is pretty far up there. Yeah, nothing else important. So I guess we'll get started now on the story. Stop delaying this now. For Everglowing Justice. But first, let me go quickly grab some more water. Need to make sure them vocal cords are properly lubricated. So I'll be right back in a second. Okay. So, as I said earlier, I won't be doing too much voice acting. Like, I'll try to do what I can, but my voice is still a little strained from yesterday with the 11 hours of Noctis. Well, technically a little less than that, but Noctis was in both chapters, so he was a bit straining on my voice. For between the 21 Patcher and Sands of Wrath. But now, we will get started with Elisa's story. Buried Nightmare. My brilliant. Don't be afraid. Run. Run out of this place. The purple-haired construct wakes up to the sound of the flickering bonfire. She sits straight, exhaling deeply. Despite the many times she reassures herself that no one can find her here, her nightmares never get any less frightening. Omnipresent, they eat away at her flesh and bones, like countless imperceptible insects. The dimly glowing armor thrums quietly, lowering her head toward the purple-haired girl. Okay, Cecily. And please, don't call me by that name again. I'm Echo now. Echo seems to be responding to the thrumming armor, or perhaps talking to herself. Bending down to dust her shoes, she notices the fluttering flame from the corner of her eyes, and recalls the intense explosion. Memories of the past inevitably rush back into her mind, seemingly transporting her back to that day through the flame. That day. Don't look back. Keep running. Weren't you going to pursue your justice, weren't you? Weren't you going to end this darkness? Don't look back. Run. Keep running. You have to get away from here. You have to get away. The piercing scream is stuck in her throat, the rusty scent of blood stopping her from shouting the name out loud. All she can do is follow her body's instincts and keep running forward. That seems the only way she can escape the nightmare on her heels. God, I love Fallen Concerto. Just that piano mix. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. Anyways, that day... Everglowing Justice, Chapter 25. Oh? And this is, I guess, in the past again? Utopia Flying Fortress, Central Lab Area. Elisa, in the area around the lab is a mess. Listen, you need to get your armor and get out of here before following the path. From this platform you can jump between the two. Break the opportunity to break the siege. Don't have much time. Hurry. Oh, so that's Lena. There's a little scouter and stuff. And identify explosion, intruders in the rear lab. To watch the test subjects. Coming back here at a time like this. I'll have someone else do it this next time. Huh? Who's there? They are coming back. Careful. I'll show no mercy this time. Yeah, I don't have Echo right now, so we don't have access to her core passive. Okay. Looks like we're being surrounded. Pew pew. Cecily.
ライナから研究所がパニックだと聞きました。衛兵もしばらくは来ないかも。逃げるなら今です。 初めて一緒に戦いますね。
Okay.
私の後ろは姉さんに任せます。秩序再建。無知の幕を下ろせ。暗闇を集結する。決意の刃で暗闇を切り裂く。秩序再建。無知の幕を下ろせ。
Okay, don't look back, keep running. Weren't you going to pursue your justice to end this darkness? Okay, yeah, so that's Lena's full look when she was a construct. But then I guess they got caught or something, and then she got slooped inside Sicily or something. I don't know. Interesting. I wonder what happened to her actually. Okay. You have to get away from here. You have to get away. Niga Sasanai. Ah, my. Brilliant. The unsettling whispers keep haunting her until the first glow of daylight stings her eyes. Echo's mind is still hurting slightly. The armor puts a hand on her shoulder, seemingly hoping for her to rest for a little longer. However, there's no time, Cecily. Her gaze briefly stays on the terminal imprinted with the black antlers. Standing up nimbly, Echo cleans up her face and shakes off her exhaustion. This is the closest to conservation area to that place. If Lena escaped, this is the most likely place she'd be. I have to find her no matter what. Echo bites her lips, trying her best not to consider the worst case scenario. Having secured Cecily, she enters the conservation area alone. It has been a long time since the incident at the Hetero Tower. As the boundary of the clean zone gets clearer and clearer, the conservation areas inside the clean zone are gradually developed. Despite how the punishing virus still ravages other areas, how the Hetero creatures are still evolving in secret, and how the path ahead is still uncertain. A glimmer of hope is enough for humanity to spring back with surprising vigor. They take root in this tattered earth and grow anew. This conservation area is situated at the edge of the clean zone. Many constructs are traveling to and fro, likely exploring the border of the clean zone. Have you heard? Grey Raven Commandant is coming to this conservation area. Isn't Grey Raven missing a captain? I heard from a friend that their captain is locked up after contacting an ascendant without authorization. I don't know anything about that. I was only told by a friend from the management, who said the commandant was coming here to investigate the missing humans. That happened so long ago. Why are they investigating it now? I suppose those big shots were too busy for us. Maybe they're starting the investigation again after rumors of hetero creatures eating humans in a nearby conservation area. The Grey Raven Commandant. Echo pretends to organize the boxes nearby while quietly remembering this information. She has heard of the Grey Raven Commandant. Grey Raven. I heard their commandant is a very special human. The commandant has been active on the front line, fighting against the punishing virus non-stop to reclaim Earth. The commandant would protect Grey Raven, and the Grey Raven would risk their lives to save the commandant. Does a squad like that really exist? Even if it does, what are the chances that everyone could run into a team and a commandant like that? Don't look at me like that. I never thought of what it would be like working with that commandant. I just don't want another fool losing their life over assignments that might not even exist. Okay. Lena. And that hazy, unclear memory, although the details are missing, the speaker seems to believe every word said. Chica, Why do I look up to the chief? Perhaps it's because I've heard a lot of battle reports about the chief. In the beginning, it was just scores and data from the school announcement, but later, Kowloon, Pulya Forest Park, Copperfield Aquarium, the Hetero Tower. As a regular human, Chief has accomplished many impossible feats on the battlefield. More importantly, no matter how horrible this world becomes, the Chief never stops holding a heart of integrity. Echo snaps out of her daze. Fortunately, the two constructs opposite her have not noticed anything strange. It's gonna be too late. The harder creatures really were eating humans. There wouldn't be anything left to be found. What's the point of coming now? Anything else interesting? I don't think so. I heard the Purifying Force is hunting some experimental construct, maybe? Nothing concrete, though. The information hasn't really been passed here, and I haven't seen what the test subject looks like. I just heard the construct has purple hair, but constructs with purple hair are everywhere. Look, there's one right there. He nods towards Echo casually. Escape experimental construct wouldn't have stayed inside the clean zone anyway. Probably went outside a long time ago. Stop worrying about that. Let's get back to patrolling. I'd hate to see more hetero creatures on the outskirts of our defenses. The constructs are beginning to walk away as they talk. Echo takes a small breath of relief. Small droplets of sweat seep from her palms, moisturizing the cracked artificial skin that she has not taken care of for a while. Luckily, Babylonia's arrest warrant has not reached this conservation area at the edge of the clean zone yet. Taking out a handkerchief to wipe away the sweat, Echo looks down and avoids the two constructs' route. Perhaps surrendering to Babylonia is also a valid choice of atonement. She does not fear death, but now is not the time. She cannot die like that yet. She must find Lena. Hey, Constellia. The mechanoid girl with white hair stands before the simulation machine, comparing the data in her hands with intense focus. As she is about to perform the next simulation, her comms terminal starts ringing in this vacant room. Dulcinea. Cervantes! Good old bro. Hopefully he'll be playable one day too. It would be awesome if he was. He stops talking as he sees the blinking simulation machine behind Dulcinea from the corner of his eye. You're still doing simulations? Yes, I'm trying to place different data samples in varying simulations to simulate diverging stories. In different scenarios with disparate and initiating incidents, the same two sets of data will produce drastically similar stories. Right, you're still obsessed with that ending, aren't you? I'm not sure, but having noticed my desire to continue this endeavor, I decided to do so. I'm using two sets of data samples I previously used during pilot class. Repeated simulations show very different results as I switch up the scenarios. And which two data samples have you been using? The Grey Raven Commandant and the individual named Echo. Those two, huh? Cervantes thinks in silence briefly before gently smiling. I think that the story that happens in the real world will always be more fascinating than the one simulated. The real world? Having lived in Constellia ever since she was born, Dulcinea does not seem to have a concrete concept of the real world. What would a story in the real world look like? Do you want to go out and find out yourself? Go out? But you charged me to stay in Constellia, to keep other awakened machines safe. Don't worry about it. I'll transfer part of the management clearance to other associates. Just follow your heart. The blinking lights of the simulation machine begin to dim one by one, and the giant machine eventually stops humming. The mechanoid girl with white hair is nowhere to be found in this vacant room. Okay, next scene. World without order. This is a conservation area that sits at what is currently detected as the border of the clean zone. With the CPF and the Inver Hetero Tower, there is almost no punishing virus here, but with its proximity to the edge of the clean zone, this area is still occasionally disturbed by hetero creatures and corrupted. However, occasionally has been happening a little too frequently these days. Conservation areas update their missing persons registry regularly. Given the situation on the surface, it is no surprise to find people missing every now and then. However, it is inevitable for someone to notice that the 3 nearby conservation areas have all been repeatedly submitting reports of hetero creature related missing persons for an extended period of time. Are the frequent appearances of hetero creatures the real culprits of those missing people? Commandant. Your wandering mind recalled. You close the report in your hands and look out. The barren landscape flies past you outside the window, indicating the long distance between you and the conservation area ahead. Excuse me. I was just spacing out. So, you didn't hear a word I said during my mission briefing just now. Putting down his terminal, Lee turns to look at you resignedly. I was listening. Celica tallied the missing persons report from the last cycle, and incidents of hetero creature-related missing persons are found in conservation areas 107, 108, and 109 near the border of the clean zone. These occurrences have been happening in this stretch of connected conservation areas for a while. Given the strange phenomena that had happened in the globular forest around the Inver Hetero Tower previously, the military hypothesizes that powerful hetero creatures may be residing in the surroundings of this area. Or ascendants. This was not Grey Raven's mission initially. However, thinking back to the first group of Constellia residents you met. Clean Zone? There are dangers found even in the outskirts of the Clean Zone. Yeah, many people went missing in conservation areas around the border of the Clean Zone and have been found. Perhaps just call them hetero creature-related missing persons. My friend was staying around there. I wrote him after I settled down, but his father replied and said he hadn't returned because of it. My sister was there. The residents talk among themselves. Despite their calm expressions, every story they recall is tainted with blood. Did Babylonia never look into it? Some have come to investigate every once in a while, but those hetero creatures are some tricky bastards. They never show up when there are Babylonians stationed here. Oh, speaking of which, aren't you a commandant from Babylonia? If you have the chance, only if you have the chance, that is, can you go check it out? We're not asking you to do anything, it's just that I will. That's wonderful. That was why you start out this mission after you noticed it. Lee frowns, turning to the next slide of the mission briefing. We're about to arrive in Conservation Area 109, which is the closest conservation area to 112, the one destroyed by the hetero creature the ones destroyed by the hetero creatures previously. Our mission is to investigate the cause of the missing persons while searching for their whereabouts in the surrounding area. That's about it. Lee quickly finishes the briefing, having noticed that you started spacing out again. How long until you arrive in 109? We're almost there. It's right ahead. Grey structures start appearing on the horizon right as he says that. As you approach the conservation area, you notice residents coming out to harvest vegetables and fruits as reserves. Perhaps the existence of the clean zone has provided them enough comfort that the residents do not seem to be in despair. Instead, they watch the heavy military vehicle passing by with curiosity. Lee carefully inspects your protective suit once more to make sure everything is flawless before opening the door and letting you out. The sound of commotion immediately draws your attention up the moment you land. Hey, this is our land. Pick your fruits elsewhere. But this place... Did I not make myself clear? Unsatisfied with the answer, the aggressive man takes a swing at the other person. Stop. Oh? A female construct you did not know shows up next to them before you can say anything, grabbing the man's wrist. I've read the regulations of the conservation areas in Chapter 3, Article 8. The rules regarding resources and supplies clearly state that produce outside the conservation area farms are free to gather and pick. Regulations? Who gives a damn about regulations in a world like this? Do those regulations fill our stomachs? No, regulations don't feed, but they do protect. You're not the only person living on this land. Everyone gets to live if you just follow the rules. Why won't you do so? It's none of your fucking business. The angry man tries to break free of the girl's grip, but the construct with purple hair does not relent, staring right into the man's eyes without fear. Okay, she's right. Those resources aren't personal assets. You can't evict her. And who the hell are you? Sorry, I just want to channel the British there for that one line. Well, excuse me, princess, as they say. Hearing your voice, the angry man turns to look at you, only to find Lee standing with you, fully armored and armed. He flinches, his voice quieting down. Do I need to repeat the regulations of conservation areas to you? Just my luck. The man spits on the ground and scowls at the timid woman before turning around and leaving. The woman trembles silently, despite seemingly having something she wants to say. Her lips quake before she eventually turns around and leaves, running into the woods behind her. The purple-haired girl seems accustomed to scenes like this. Gently wiping off the stains on her cuffs, she turns to depart. Wait. Surprised and confused, the girl turns back to you. Are you a construct stationed in this conservation area? And you are? I'm the Graven Commandant from the Babylonian Task Force. You're not sure why she visibly tenses up upon hearing your identification. Not from this conservation area. I'm just passing through. That's all. Goodbye. She performs an extremely complicated set of gestures to seemingly bid you farewell before quickly walking away. What's she doing? I think that's a salute of taking leave as written in the World Government's Rules of Etiquette 3rd edition. That's a thing? I ran into this book by chance when I was organizing the old data in my database. Who still follows rules of etiquette nowadays? Anyway, Lee, let's head inside the conservation area first. Construct does not look hostile. It is not uncommon for constructs on the surface to dislike Babylonia after all. Your top priority right now is to enter the conservation area to investigate the hetero creature-related missing persons. Maintaining a safe distance in case she needs to run away, Echo hides in the woods nearby, carefully observing the activities near the conservation area. They have not noticed anything unusual, it seems. The Graven Commandant from Babylonia. Lena said that the Graven Commandant is trustworthy. Despite how hazy Echo was in Constellia, she remembers Sika saying that she looked up to the Graven Commandant and hoped to become someone like the Commandant. Although the Commandant did speak up earlier, Echo is still unsure if she can take the risk. Can she bet on the chance that the Commandant does not know she is currently being pursued, or that the Commandant will help her destroy that place and find Lena, even when knowing she is wanted? Listen, time is short. You have to find the armor and take her away from here. What about you, Lena? Where are you? I'm coming to get you. Me? Don't worry about where I am. Lena's voice sounded frail. There's commotion in the lab, so no one's paying attention to you. Ugh. You're in the lab, aren't you? Stop worrying about me. Don't look back. Keep running. I'll find my way out. Weren't you going to pursue your justice? Weren't you going to end this darkness? Run. Keep running. You have to get away from here. You have to get away. During the mysterious commotion, Lena guided her to connect with the armor sister and escape, but she and her mind got severely damaged during the battle. Afterwards, she only held a vague memory where she evaded her pursuers and separated with the armor, living in disguise as Lena, the terminal Lena left her. Perhaps her mind was subconsciously trying to protect her from distress, or her mind had suffered some complications after the damages. She could not recall any details of that period of time. By the time she was fully conscious again, the armor was right in front of her. Her mind hummed as her sister called for her desperately. Aye, we are dead souls buried in the past, echoes reforged from lust and sin. But not Lena from Iris Warbler. Where is Lena then? Lena always keeps her word. If she said she would find her way out, she would have definitely escaped. Echo stares at the fences around the conservation area, her fingers jittering uncomfortably by her side. This is the closest conservation area to that place. If Lena escaped the explosion, she must have passed through here. And if Lena did not manage to escape, Echo will return to the place they called Utopia to destroy everything and find her. Although Echo has not found any information on the Aurora Squadron in the conservation areas on her way here, she firmly believes that the sinful swarm must exist. As the first wave of conservation area residents who headed out to gather fruit starts returning, the woods are getting noisier. Echo closes her eyes and thinks for a second before turning around and departing. Okay, next scene. Connected clues. Chrono. The armor subject. Laboratory base. Mysteries come one after another, as if they had been joined together by an invisible chain. Opening the dated report, you find entries of people from Conservation Area 109 who went missing in the past few quarters due to the hetero creature attacks. The data is indeed highly unusual. The people lost in hetero creature attacks should have been healthy adults, laboring outside, but most of them mentioned in the report fall into the age brackets of 10 to 15 and 50 to 60. I've compiled the data from Conservation Area 108's reports. The results are similar to the one you're holding. Either the staff from both these conservation areas have collectively lost their minds and forged data, or they didn't go missing because of hetero creatures. Lee's expression turns solemn. We have to open the investigation again. The terminal rings right as he says that. The mail from the Science Council has timely arrived. Updates? You deftly extract the information from the mail, rearranging the words as they leap from page to page to form the hidden message. Code 19, internal assessment of Fort Winter, experiment records in progress. City 23, Conservation Area 112, Outpost D56. These are all Babylonia's records on minor outposts destroyed by hetero creatures. These brief words contain countless tears and blood. Lee turns quiet. He knows as well as you do what it means that the names of those small outposts appear in a report on Fort Winter. Conservation Area 112 isn't far away. Maybe we should check it out first. Understood. I'll go prepare our ride. Lee turns to leave the room without a moment of hesitation. The words continue to flicker on the terminal under the dim lights. Clearly Asimov wants you to investigate Conservation Area 112 and find something to connect the dots by sending you the message. Still, can there be any clues left after such a long time? You hear the doorknob turning. Is our ride ready? Oh. Instead of Lee, the construct with purple hair you saw earlier today walks in. Hello. You covertly press the alarm button on your terminal to notify Lee of the unexpected situation here. Hello, Graven Commandant. You may call me Echo. I'm a construct from Utopia. Utopia? The purple-haired girl looks a little tense, gently closing the door. She makes sure that no one can spot her inside the room before saluting you with a complicated greeting salute like she did during the day. Rule of Government's Rules, Etiquette, 3rd edition. I'm here to propose an alliance. It can't hurt to be meticulous with my manners. Okay, and what do you want? I want you to lend me your strength to take down Utopia, Roar Squadron's secret laboratory base. She looks up at you, her eyes ablaze with resolution, yet somehow you still sense a hint of uncertainty in her expression. Aurora Squadron. It sounds like a military unit, but you don't seem to recall such a team in Babylonia. You said you came from Utopia? What is Utopia? Echo hesitates upon hearing your question. Okay. I've never heard of Utopia or an Aurora Squadron. She pauses for a second before slowly speaking again. Utopia is one of the Aurora Squadron's bases. It is a large laboratory base. They routinely report to a place in Babylonia called Kurono. You must have heard of Kurono, given that you're also from Babylonia, Grave Commandant. If you lend me your help, I will let you keep all the contents and data from Utopia after we destroy it. Kurono. Could the Aurora Squadron be Kurono's private force? You did hear about private military units being deployed by some Kurono leadership when you were on Babylonia. Okay. And why did you want to work with me? You could have easily bargained with Babylonia directly with information like this. Hearing that, Echo frowns, her fingers jittering uncomfortably by her side. I'm looking for your help because I heard your name mentioned by a lot of people. They all spoke highly of you. They said you have a heart of integrity. That's it. I'm out of options. I have to bet that you'd believe me. As for Babylonia, I can't seek Babylonia's help because I'm being pursued by them at the moment. Pursued by Babylonia? Could it be? You're Kurono's escape test subject. Or should I call you Lena? You must have also received a notification on the Kurono test subject that the Purifying Force is after, Commandant. The Kurono test subject is armed with special weapons and is highly dangerous. Do not engage if you encounter her. Report to the Purifying Force immediately. Please be careful if you run into her, Commandant. Liv has warned you about this before your mission. Lena, an Iris Warbler member, was captured by a mysterious armor-like test subject in Constellia before disappearing. The incident caused quite a stir within the task force. Raise your gun. She puts her hand up, indicating that she has no intention to attack. I'm not Lena, even though I was indeed one of the Utopia's test subjects, but I'm not your enemy. I can easily explain the relationship between Lena and me, but everything will be clear once we find Utopia. I'm just here to ask for your help. I'm running out of time. I have to find Utopia, and I must find her. Babylonia's people are close. I found more trails of the Aurora Squadron after I left the conservation area this morning. I can't let them find me, and I have to do this before they catch me. That is why I'm hoping to offer the experiment data from Utopia in exchange for your help. She bites her lips and stops speaking. It's hard to make a deal with an empty promise. Corona, the armor-like test subject, and a large laboratory base. Whether it's the military or Corona, they always withhold some information when sharing data with the Science Council. The only way to completely crush their hope is to prove it is wrong from the roots. If this construct is telling the truth, this may be a desperate but crucial move in Asimov's and Yura's plan. Still, it is unwise to act so hastily. The incident in Constellia was mystifying, and the intel regarding the escape test subject Lena has been clearly obfuscated. Still, these are not good enough reasons to start working with this unknown construct, so I have information regarding the missing persons, and I know they're related to Utopia. Okay, and how do you know about this? Almost everyone in this conservation area knows that the Grey Commandant is coming here to investigate the missing persons. I can offer you leads. I'm certain that Utopia has something to do with the missing persons. They were often constructs or humans joining us when I was living in Utopia. Some of them came willingly as they sought a life there, while some were taken there. And can you prove that? I can take you to where one of the branches of Utopia is based to find those missing residents. But I can't possibly tell you everything at once. This information is my only leverage. The girl before you seems to be taking extra care with her words. Work with me and I'll slowly tell you everything about Utopia and the Aurora Squadron. Otherwise, she looks up resolutely. You should know that I'm the only person who knows Utopia intimately enough to lead you to their secret base. The construct looks at you, unfaltering. Is she trustworthy? If she is one of Kurono's, what is her objective? Laying a trap to capture you? Still, being an escaped Kurono test subject is a precarious position to be in this situation. Back in Constellia, the mission you assigned to you was to retrieve the test subject, and the Purifying Force was clearly tasked by some to destroy the test subject before you and Vanessa made your move. Kane. Sika? The young commandant looks concerned as she organizes the reports in Constellia. I can't help but feel weird about the final report of this mission. Is it because of what happened to Lena? Yes, something about it still feels wrong. Lena only encountered the Corona test subject because she was protecting us. However, why could she connect directly with the Corona test subject when she was a Karibu member? Why did the military show no doubt whatsoever in her identity and issue the arrest warrant immediately? Is it possible that something is wrong with Lena's identity? I don't want to cast doubt on it, but you're just speculating, not doubting. Sika seems to have been trapped in this uncertainty ever since she came back from Constellia. The timing of Corona's appearance, the Purifying Force's entry, Lena, the Corona test subject, a report locked behind clearance. She presses her brows worriedly. Maybe you should trust your gut feeling. Sika ponders on your words. You're right, I shouldn't agonize over it so much. Lena's a part of my team at the end of the day. I need to find out her whereabouts. But my hands are tied right now, and I can't investigate any further. Can I ask you for a favor, Kane? Looking up, Sika becomes her usual self once more. Shoot. If you find out anything about Lena when you're on the surface, please don't report it to the Purifying Force immediately. Contact General Wells or President Hassan directly. We can't let Lena fall into Corona's hands. It's just my speculation, but for Corona, Lena may be the most important key in this situation. I'll consider it. Okay, this is just a temporary alliance. Receiving your confirmation, Echo looks visibly more relaxed, even though she is still trying her best to look steady and collected. You give her a temporary terminal as a way of to contact each other. Having confirmed when to meet you in the future and how to contact you, she quickly steps out the door and leaves. Commandant. Lee leaps into the room through the window on the side dexterously. He has been guarding outside the door since he received your alarm earlier, but you signaled him to wait instead of charging in. Should we trust her? The timing of her appearance is quite convenient. You just arrived for the investigation of the missing persons, and Asimov's message came here merely a moment before Echo showed up, claiming herself to be one of Corona's test subjects. Very convenient indeed. Still, we can't just leave her be like this. If the Purifying Force finds her and sends her back to Corona, Babylonia will lose an important bargaining chip. That didn't seem like a trap from Corona. She felt too inexperienced to be a Corona-trained soldier. Her perception was so bad that she couldn't even detect my presence. And why would she call herself Echo if she was Lena? There are too many questions surrounding her. I don't think we should work with her, Commandant. That's what makes me more curious about her intention. If the missing persons report from the conservation areas are related to some plan from Corona, though risky, this move may prove extremely valuable later on. Even if this Echo was lying, still she must know something about the people who went missing in these conservation areas. Well, she must still know. How else could she come up with a companion and happen to travel through all the areas related to the missing incidents? I still think it's too risky. Lucia isn't back yet, and Liv is still helping with the reconstruction of Constellia. And this construct has never shown up on Babylonia's radar apart from that time in Constellia. To work with such an enigmatic figure, I still have you with me. That's not a reason for you to take the risk on your own, Commandant. But it's indeed an opportunity. This gamble pays off. You will have taken out one of Corona's laboratories. If not, you will still be able to bring the Corona test subject back to Babylonia. I'll request extra support. In the meantime, be extra careful. I will. Outside conservation area. Believing that she has returned to where she secured the armor unnoticed, Echo sits beside the armor while fiddling with the temporary terminal from the Grey Raven Commandant with her eyes lowered in deep thoughts. She can feel that the Commandant did not fully trust her. That is fair. If such a legendary commandant from Babylonia trusted a random construct straight away, Echo would have felt even more uneasy. It is fine. She does not need trust. She only ever has one goal. She will destroy Utopia. Okay, next scene. To each their own. Dim light simulated by the weather system shines through the windows of the conference room in the Babylonia headquarters. The morning meeting is coming to an end. An oppressive air fills the room as Nicola frowns while reading the few reports. Any news from the Corona test subject? Not yet. The task force on the surface is investigating along the way. There have been a few sightings of a purple air construct here and there, but nothing concrete. And the purifying force? Nothing from them either. Astarius' team is still searching on the surface. Things are complicated down there. Even by casting a wide net to search, it's still going to take some time. Expand the search party. We have yet to retrieve that construct before Kurono does. That test subject represents something more than just Kurono's secret research. If we take this opportunity to reinstate Iris Warbler... We can't. We have to be careful not to rattle them. Not to mention the finessing WGA had to do to even keep Iris Warbler around. Some people from the Parliament were even hoping to make use of Lena's disappearance to disband the squad for the treason. Even though everyone knows the real reason why they didn't want Iris Warbler to be reinstated. Nicholas sneers. Undoubtedly, some of the people would love for Iris Warbler to stop being associated as the discoverers of Constellia. Wells flips through the report on the terminal. Strikehawk is investigating the border of the Clean Zone. Most other teams are carrying out missions. Disregarding the official squads, what about Scarab? They should be standing by on Babylonia. Short halts from Scarab went missing in their previous mission. Our locator shows his last known location being flooded by the red tide. We've sent drones to search the area. No body was found, but it's confirmed that there is no possibility of survival. The military has marked Short Halt as KIA. Discord has been assigned to Scarab to fill the vacancy, but I won't suggest sending them to the surface right now. What about Dark Ares? No one's frame is clear. Dark Ares have received their assignment and entered the Clean Zone stationing there. Dark Ares is still too risky to send them, given their precarious ties to Corona. We should assign them some simpler missions toward the outskirts of the Clean Zone for now in case we need backup. And we've received the security footage from Constellia. Lena seems to be connected to the defectors. I recommend issuing a double warrant on Lena, a possible defector, just in case. You want to arrest Lena? Her identity? She can only be Lena. Containing it within the strife between Babylonia and Corona would give them more grounds to bring back that test subject. We'll go with that for now. What about Lucia from Grey Raven? She's still being monitored, but the Science Council has already determined that there's nothing unusual about her. We're just waiting for the Control Court to complete the final steps for their ruling. As long as everything is progressing normally. In that case, we'll wrap up the meeting here. Contact me if there are any updates. He stands up and opens the door, only to find a young commandant who seems to have been waiting outside for a while. Sika? General Wells? Sika salutes him. Is there any news on Lena, General? Unfortunately, there's nothing yet. I believe I can go to the surface and look for whereabouts of both from Iris Warbler and... We've talked about this many times already, Commandant Sika. Commander Nicola. I understand why Iris Warbler can't be deployed, but Lena... It's good that you care about your team, but we mustn't be too impulsive. The time will come. Be patient. He pauses for a moment before heading back to his office in silence. Outside the conference room door with the flickering in-use sign is a man in a colorful shirt. He leans casually on the wall of the walkway, waving at a woman stepping out. Hi, Rebecca. Working today? Rebecca looks briefly disgusted upon seeing Norman, but she quickly smiles professionally after sighing. What can I do for you, Mr. Norman? Your birthday's in a few days, isn't it? I prepared a small gift for you. I hope you like it. Norman opens up an exquisite box he has hidden inside his cuffs and reveals a pair of beautiful earrings. How did you find out? I'm still capable of getting my hands on a piece of intel or two. Collins. That guy just doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut. Two members from the control court walk past them, seemingly accustomed to this scenario. They even nod at Norman with a hint of encouragement in their eyes. Although this ruse of yours has given you a legitimate reason to approach us, you're still being very conspicuous. Rebecca's smile still looks the same from the outside, but her eyes are filled with loathing. It's okay, this is worth nothing to my family. Pretending to passionately pursue Rebecca, the debauched son of the Norman family never fails to show up outside Collins' office with proper reasons. Get in, Collins is waiting. Don't forget to make an appointment next time. Rebecca sighs before quietly handing the gift back to Norman, but he shakes his head. Keep it. I meant to give it to you. A birthday is a day worth celebrating no matter what. Happy birthday. Norman does not seem to be joking, so Rebecca takes the gift once more before stepping aside to watch the smirking man enter Collins' office. Hearing the door open, Collins lazily opens his eyes and smiles. You and your tricks, Norman. A shame that Rebecca doesn't seem too pleased with it. Enough with that, you know what I'm talking about. Norman smiles before taking out a piece of scrap paper with the coordinates of Conservation Area 109 on it. Trojan has arrived in Conservation Area 109. She will do her best to delay the task force and verifying force from finding the test subject. Collins scratches his chin dismissively. How trustworthy are the coordinates? As trustworthy as our friendship. Well, that's something I look forward to. If she finds a test subject, she'll bring her to a place I've arranged. I wouldn't count on it myself. However, I'm happy as long as she can delay them for a little while. And what's next for you? Are you just watching from the sidelines, or are you... Aha! You've started a fire, so I don't mind adding fuel to it. I'll get you what you want, after all. Norman Corps still needs someone irreproachable to lead them, doesn't it? Collins stresses when he says the word irreproachable. Doesn't make it sound like you don't want to benefit from it. Of course! Only a fool wouldn't exploit such a good opportunity. Not to mention that it's about time someone cleans up Pikmin's mess. You have to be quick though. I don't know how long Trojan can stall them. Norman stands and nods, preparing to depart. Remember to contact me if your people find out anything new later. Collins waves as he smiles and puts a piece of paper with the coordinates inside the pocket of his favorite suit. Certainly! I'll tell you about Rebecca's favorite dessert next time. How about that? Norman smiles in response to Collins' jest. Huh, it's a deal. Okay, in the conservation area. The morning air clears any feeling of tiredness. You stay up late discussing your next course of action with Lee last night, and you still feel somewhat drowsy. Grave Commandant. The girl with purple hair is knocking on your door with a straight face. Just call me Kane. Is that your name? I should still address you as Commandant, even though I'm not a Babylonian construct. She performs another set of complicated gestures to greet you, which looks slightly different from the one she performed yesterday. Courtesy for mornings and evenings are naturally different, and so are the greetings for meeting the first time and the second. Noticing your confusion, she explains. Well then, let's investigate the conservation area 112 today, just like we discussed last night. I planned our route. Do you wish to confirm it? Of course. Receiving your confirmation, Echo picks up a branch from the ground nearby and starts sketching on the floor. This is the conservation area. We'll take this path. Okay, and where's your terminal? What is it? There's a map function in the terminal I lent you yesterday. Take the terminal from her and swipe a few times, projecting a simple topographic map before you. You can even do that. Ah, look at her. Lena blush. Cute. Turns away, probably hiding her embarrassment from you. My planned route goes through here, extending to here. She traces 2 paths on the map, and you can tell that she has considered them meticulously, so much so that she even predicted possible enemy locations and areas to avoid. Very detailed. Echo clears her throat before carefully inquiring. Will you bring others with you? The gentleman from yesterday, perhaps? That's not necessary. Despite how much he protested, you convinced Lee last night to not to accompany you, but to follow closely to back you up when needed. If Echo is indeed Kurono's trap, you may plant an element of surprise this way. Let's go then. A construct with purple hair steps outside the room without hesitation. Okay, and here we are. Watch out for the Aurora Squadron over there. Why are they here? This is a tactical analysis lens Dr. Pickman once equipped on me. I can get some information of the enemy through analysis, but I haven't used it for a long time. Holographic goggles activated. Okay, member B. More UPV models. Okay. Suspicious target found. Zoom in target area, starting data analysis. Start comparative analysis. Target model Aurora Bastion 11. Target charging status, remaining energy about 75. Firepower status unknown. Target confirmed. Exiting tactical analysis. Target confirmed. One on top of the mountain ahead. Aurora Bastion is very dangerous. We have to destroy it. Guards won't come after us as long as we don't alert them. We need to save our strength to fight that machine. If I can get its firepower status through analysis. What is that thing? How did they manage to get it here? I go that way. How can I turn around? Okay. Oh. Hello there. Hello? Hello? Okay. There we go. Okay, where did everyone go? I'm rushing to get this Aurora Bastion near the conservation area down there, not to take a walk. Hey, wait. Hey you, over there, where are you from? Intruder, assemble, assemble. Protect the Aurora Bastion. Ow, ow. Whee.
暗闇が広がる限り私たちは進み続けます。
Echo breathes heavily beside you, struggling. Even with your help, the effects of the interferences on her mind are still going to take some time before they wear off. Why would that thing show up here? Should we retreat? Until flight. With the ambush here, we now know that the destruction of Conservation Area 112 must be related to Utopia. Oh, now that's Echo speaking. Let's stick to our routes, and we should arrive in Conservation Area 112 tomorrow morning. There's an abandoned forest outside ahead of us. Let's rest here tonight. As Echo explains her arrangements to you, your terminal suddenly rings. You open the terminal to find new announcements from Babylonia, the first of which is Lena suspected of defecting. Under the announcements is a blurry photo of which is a figure stands next to her armor holding Echo. Teasel? Lena didn't defect or conclude with any defector. Echo frowns and interrupts you angrily. That construct, he was indeed the one who took Cicely and me away from Constellia. He saved me because he believed I had the potential to become a transcendent. But we departed way after I regained consciousness. Why? If Echo wanted to take revenge on Corona while being hunted by both Babylonia and Utopia's Aurora Squadron, she could have easily chosen the defector's assistance. No particular reason, we just hold different principles toward things. Righteousness and justice. Do you think they exist in this world? For the things you experienced, not enough to open your eyes. Only power is eternal. You can only achieve the things you said if you have power. Huh, what a naive child. Go if you want, I won't stop you. You'll die in the righteousness and justice you so insist one day. He and I are seeking different things. Claimed you're not Lena, yet all you said just now is from Lena's perspective. Echo never fails to look melancholic when she mentions Lena. I met Lena back in Utopia, but she didn't defect, and I never used her identity to collaborate with any defectors either. She helped me tremendously and taught me a lot when I was in Utopia. All I want to do is destroy Utopia and find Lena. Do you have any information on Lena? We got separated when we escaped, but I'm sure she didn't die. She told me she would escape. Lena was a member of Karibu, who was a squad directly under Nicola's command. You have only heard that each member had different identities, but no one has ever known the truth. Is Nicola aware of Lena's disappearance? How did Echo replace Lena and enter Constellia? Why is she so desperate to find Lena now? I didn't clarify in the beginning, but as I would sound guilty no matter how I described it. But everything will be clear once we find Utopia. Okay. I'm sorry I can't offer you more right now. But I know that Babylonia wants to take advantage of my identity as a test subject. Justice is bound to echo through the land. When Utopia is destroyed and the Aurora Squadron receives their deserving demise, I'll go to Babylonia with you. That is, if we uphold our current alliance. I know Utopia has been researching the mine, but I didn't know that he was capable of this already. Calling the weapon you encountered during the previous fight, you have indeed never heard of something that can directly interfere with the construct's mind. I need you to connect me to stabilize my mind, so we can enter Utopia. As for the questions you have on Lena, me and Aurora Squadron, I'll slowly tell you everything, just like I promised. Your terminal buzzes again. It is Lee's message. He has checked the surroundings and confirmed that Echo is not intentionally leading you to Corono's trap. I don't need you to trust me, we're just using each other to get what we need. The purple-haired girl's eyes glistened with resolve. You'll get the intel on Utopia and the Corona test subject, and I will find Lena and destroy Utopia. Okay, a pleasure working with you. You interrupt Echo seemingly just before she's about to make a speech. From the information you have gathered so far, there is an unquestionable connection between Echo, Aurora Squadron, and the flying fortress named Utopia. Any new information you can get from her will certainly help Asimov's and Nero's plan. And how will Project Winter and Aurora Squadron be linked? Okay. When we stop to rest tonight, tell me your story then. That's going to be a long one. Wait, was I in my... No, okay, I wasn't. Utopia. Hey! Cute little CG. The bob cut. Give me a second. Just lubricating the cords. Utopia was a wonderful place. I lived there for as long as I can remember. They took in many children and constructs. Some constructs formed the Aurora Squadron, while others were charged with maintaining the operation of Utopia. The person in charge of Utopia was Dr. Pickman. Dr. Pickman made many rules for Utopia, teaching us about truth and justice through beautiful songs, telling us that we must follow them so that we could contribute to the world when we grew up. Devote everything to kindness and love, never disregard what is righteous. Walk in the path of wisdom without arrogance or faltering. Small Lena, cute. Be fair, be just, be humble, be prudent. You're here, Doctor. Lisa, did you study hard today? The scrawny middle-aged man watches the young child lovingly with his golden eyes. Of course, didn't I tell you I'm going to be the best prefect in Utopia? I know the Utopia's protocols like the back of my hand. Good girl. Should I reward you with your favorite snack during dinner, the orange-flavored one you love? Thank you. The man with golden eyes smiles as he leans down and pats young Elisa on the shoulders. I know Elisa is going to be the best of us. It's almost time, Doctor. Ah, I almost forgot the important thing. Come with me for a second. There's something I need your help with for the experiment. Yes, Doctor. Pickman nods at the teacher, and the teacher immediately puts down the textbook and follows Pickman out of the room. Adults and their business. Her lesson interrupted, Elisa puts down her book at a loss. But study time isn't over yet. What should I do? I'll go find Cecily. Cecily has the best stories. That also counts as studying, I think. Having ruminated about what to do, Elisa happily decides the plan for the rest of her study time. Inside Utopia, a couple of constructs are sitting or standing in a quiet corner, focusing on their work. Hey, that's Cecily, her sister. Good morning, Cecily. Elisa intentionally lowers her voice as she carefully runs to a construct with long, purplish-grey hair. She holds her skirt up slightly and performs a complicated curtsy. Elisa, is your class over already? A female construct named Cecily, smiles gently and tucks away her hair before she reaches out, performing a curtsy in return and gesturing for Elisa to sit down. What did you learn today? The teacher didn't teach me anything new. We just revisited the Utopia protocols today. The teacher got called away, and halfway through the class, I suppose there was something important that needed to be done. Cecily looks down, complicated emotions flashing past her eyes. I see. How about I tell you a story? Yeah. Do you remember where we were last time, Elisa? Little Eliza was going to look for her brothers. Poor Eliza, or poor Liza, I wouldn't have known what to do. Right, Eliza ran into the old woman in the woods. The kind woman told her about the 11-crowned swans swimming along the nearby river. The old woman gave Eliza some fruit and guided her to a winding river ahead of them. After saying goodbye to the kind woman, Eliza walked along the river until she reached the beautiful ocean. The waves from the ocean produced 11 white swan feathers. When the sun was about to set, little Eliza saw 11 crowned swans descending from the sky. Eliza raises a hand to indicate that she has something to say. Alyssa, do you have a question? What does the ocean look like? Cecily pauses and tucks her hair away again before holding Alyssa in her arms. The ocean is where many rivers and streams converge. It is endless and boundless, so expansive that it looks like it will go on forever. I have seen a golden ocean when its waves reflected the morning light. I have seen a pink ocean during the golden hours of twilight. I have seen its water at its darkest blue during a storm. Wow. Alyssa listens to Cecily's description longingly. You'll see the ocean one day, Alyssa. Or Alisa. She smiles as she caresses Alisa's forehead. Really? Like Eliza did? Of course. Little Eliza held on to her kindness and purity, which was why the evil queen's toad magic failed to take hold. She could only reunite with her brothers in the end because she never gave up. So there's nothing you need to fear. As long as you let nothing change you, justice is bound to echo through the land, and eventually... The door to the room opens, and a female construct enters, subtly poking Cecily. Nata! Alright, Alyssa. Well, we'll end today's story here, okay? I have to follow Utopia's rules and do my job now. Okay. Despite how much she wants to keep listening to Eliza's story, Alyssa nods cooperatively. Goodbye, Cecily. Goodbye, Nata. Alyssa jumps down from the chair next to Cecily and performs a standard salute before departing. Ah, I forgot my book. Alyssa realizes she has forgotten something before she walks out the door. Turning around, she knows it's Nata saying something to Cecily. Cecily, you know full well. She's just a kid, Nata. She doesn't understand anything. Don't blame a child for the sin. We should be the ones working hard. Forget it, I was being rash. Alyssa is a good kid. Have you found those people? Do any of them show any inclination to escape this place? Pikmin has been too good to them. He's basically flawless, providing food, sufficient water, plentiful care, and fair rules. They all see Pikmin as their savior, believing that he is sincerely building this place as a real utopia. I released a lot of internal information on the lab, but they wouldn't believe it. Yeah. There are enough supplies in this place, food, sufficient water, fair rules. Who can say no to these things in this day and age? Does he not love everyone in this utopia sincerely? He's done plenty indeed. He even punished the leading figures who caused the disturbance only because they disrupted Utopia's order. Cecily! Don't get angry. These are the truths. But you know how Zika... I know, which is why I'll think of a way. There's no use rushing, Nata. Have you gotten the code to the door outside? I got it. I placed it somewhere they'd never think of. I'll arrange what happens later. Don't be impulsive. We will escape this place with Zika and Arabella. Justice will eventually prevail, won't it? Enough with these lies for children. We wouldn't have been in this hell if justice existed. Nata pushes the door open angrily and leaves. My teacher told me not to interrupt people's conversation, so Cecily had also left by the time I knocked on the door. I didn't understand what Cecily was saying back then, but now... She must have thought about leaving as well. Unfortunately, I figured it out too late. Although Echo's sadness seems genuine, You cannot let down your guard just because of a short story. Cecily, you seem to have seen this name before. Was it from the annual list of deceased constructs or somewhere else? If Cecily was a Babylonia construct, there must be a file on her up there. Echo lowers her head. The fabled armor-like Corona test subject sits right beside her, gently touching Echo's shoulders. Why would they want to escape Utopia if it was that good? Dr. Pickman even sounds like a rare altruist from Echo's descriptions. Food, sufficient water, plentiful care, fair rules. Even Babylonia cannot guarantee these to everyone who enters a conservation area now. Why would those constructs plan to escape if that was the case? I was the cause of all these sins. Utopia might not have existed if it weren't for me, and they wouldn't have had. But that's another story. Rest. We still have a long way to go tomorrow. She fiddles with the campfire, and the surroundings grow dim. Okay, next scene. Unspoken pain. The dawning sun rises above the horizon, outlining the silhouette of Conservation Area 112. It's right ahead. Is everything okay? My mind is hurting a little bit. I guess the after effects of yesterday's interference. It's nothing major. Let's keep moving. Babylonia has registered Conservation Area 112 as a hetero creature ambushed conservation area, an outpost destroyed because of hetero creatures. Only a few residents who went out to gather supplies managed to escape. Everyone else inside the conservation area, including the task force that went to help, did not survive the incident. It was a while before some remains were found in a nearby field, but even those could not be confirmed but to belong to residents from Conservation Area 112. However, if Asimov saw records for this conservation area and the internal experiment reports from Fort Winter, the destruction of 112 related to Utopia as well. I can't remember exactly, but Utopia did take in a lot of people every once in a while. Some of them were humans and some were heavily injured constructs. I occasionally talked to them in between classes. I remember is they seemed to come from many different places. Conservation areas forsaken, even Babylonia. Cecily came from Babylonia, as a matter of fact. For some reason, she always shook her head with a smile when I asked about Babylonia, as if she was upset. Ugh! Echo presses her forehead again. Your mind is full of pain. Yeah, but it should be nothing severe. Let's take a break. Sounds good. Surprisingly, Echo does not protest to your request for once. You choose a somewhat cleaner spot by the road to sit down. You take this time to send Lee all the information you have gathered from Echo's story, and ask him to encrypt it before sending it to Asimov. From what you have gathered, Corona likely has a secret force called Aurora Squadron on the surface based in a flying fortress called Utopia. Dr. Pickman was apparently in charge of Utopia, and Utopia took in some constructs from Babylonia as one of them was named Cecily. Would Corona really create a place that was meant to take in injured constructs and folks from conservation areas out of the kindness of their hearts? Quickly finish editing your message before calling for Echo to continue the journey. But you hear the humming of the armor instead. Echo? Cecily! No, father, no. A mind interference. You hear a low buzz from ahead of you, and notice a drone equipped with a mind disruptor. Lee is nearby. You immediately message him for reinforcement while inspecting Echo's status. Echo? Echo? Commandant? Echo seems still somewhat conscious. Contact Asimov through the encrypted channel. Kane? Speak quickly. It's risky to contact me this way. How to stabilize mind being interfered with this way. You want me to diagnose this through a call? What kind of magical doctor do you think I am? I believe described the Ryan disruptor. A voice that attacks the mind directly. Asimov finally sounds intrigued. If she is still conscious, connect to her and enter her deep mind. Try to stabilize her from within. But it's risky. After all, you have to perform a deep mind connection with her using your mind beacon. No one knows what exists in the mind of the construct Babylonia hasn't registered. How did you get involved with her? Temporary alliance. temporary alliance. Share something we want. You can bring Echo back to Babylonia before the Purifying Force does. You will be a step ahead of Kurono. It's dangerous, but it's plausible. Be careful. Bring me a sample of that mind-disruptive device. I have to hang up. Call me on this channel if there's an emergency. Asimov ends the call. Can you hear me, Echo? Echo struggles to respond to you. I have to establish a mind connection with you to stabilize your mind. Echo raises a finger, indicating that she is ready. Commencing mind connection. Hero system, tight junction. This is the Utopia Lab. Echo. Cecily, is that you? Shh, we don't have much time. Let me tell you some small secrets about the mind. Let's see what... I know. The mind is a complicated structure. Through here you can regain some information you forgot. When you're lost, remember to find your path here. During the effect, you can attack enemies in the mind and force them into fights to find a way out. But you have to be careful, this is the depths of your mind. After all, forcing fights could easily lead to a mind collapse. Cecily, Shh, go. I'll always be with you. Let me see what that button is. Okay, LT like share or something. Which, speaking of, let me double check. So it starts from RB, LB, share, R3, L3, L3, R3. Okay. So RB, LB, share, R3, L3, then both. Okay. Family defected. Okay, private journal 603-201. If we could abandon those naive ideas and take another look at the previous experiments from a broader viewpoint, these are failures, through and through without a doubt. I was working in the wrong direction right from the beginning. Thankfully, I still have time. The mind is a deep subject. I will come up with a satisfactory answer one day, Pikmin. Naive ideas? The mind? Satisfactory answer. What is it, Cecily? I gotta figure out what that one is, because it doesn't seem like any of the ones. Neither are the ones. No. Okay, LT R3. Okay. Nope. Nope. Goes back, but I wonder what those commands are. When I put it on. Turn this on back again. Okay, yeah, those don't have commands. So I gotta use the thing. Anyhow. Private Journal 620-503. Some Project Cthulhu materials were modified. Those kids were dead and she was also destroyed. Who would care about these meaningless data now? Pikmin. Cthulhu Project She. Father, how many secrets do you have? I feel like there's supposed to be something important here. Oh well. I guess we'll do a bit more research before coming back to that, I guess.
君、何があったの?
Touch it, keep your hands off. Is that the... Okay, yeah. Interesting. Over here. Okay, private journal 604-532. Routine check is done. Among these children, 6 samples are qualified to enter the next round of cultivation. Found that their minds have a higher fusion rate. Professor Bleep thinks it's due to physical fitness, but I don't think so. After inquiring about these children, found that they all grew up in the same orphanage and received the same education. Does this have any impact on their mind? This could give birth to a new theory. Elisa is the best. Okay, this section of your mind. Command and mind connection has stabilized your mind. You can stay here a while longer. Likely we're saying mind to explore. Continue exploring. Okay. I know that's possible. Check you. Just do what you want to do. So first...
このデータはおかしいわ。
Okay, base. Wrong data. Let me have a look. Okay, yeah, nothing else it looks like. Oh, besides the exit, obviously. So first, okay, now let me do it now. Calculate, this shouldn't be any problem. Let's help him. Okay, let me check it for him. Okay, that's the map. Data space exits. Terminal exit. Terminal exit. Gates. A bunch of gates. And then one in scene. I want to look at this. There we go. Changed because of the... I guess that changed, that interaction changed because I have the map now. Yeah. Okay, so that's a data space exit, so let's go up here. Okay, spend some other time. Okay. Noon. Okay. Go that way, it seems to be a snowfield. Okay, it doesn't seem like there's anything important. So, let's go outside. Don't think there's anything. Oh, second floor. Okay. Insufficient authority. Any clues? Let's try a snowfield. And then maybe go like second floor. Did I accidentally finish? No, I didn't mean to finish the thing. Or not. Okay. Can I go back? Okay, yeah, I can. Kinda cool. Okay, what do you have to say? For sure, Utopia's a nice place. Now it's game time for the kids. Do you want to join them? Sure. Okay, so hide and seek, I guess. One. Okay. Two. Ato 1分. 3. Okay, found everyone. Okay, Utopian construct indeed. Okay. Painting. This is painting I gave father. Guess we go back to the lab. I like this though. It's more stuff to do, world building and stuff, and just actual like gameplay. Okay, proceed to the second floor. Okay. Oops, I'll click on the end. Open.
聞いたか？ピークマン先生の実験。
Lock, dormitory, sample collection areas, and cultivation areas. Okay. Artifact by Lena. I have to figure out how to get in. Okay, that's just another exit. Okay. Okay. Interesting. The subjects. Are you trying to show me? Crawl into the vent. Where does this pipe lead to? Dore ni shiyou kana? Gate? Have I ever walked through it? No. Oh, never mind. Exit. There. Mind fusion experiment record. 802, 351. Group E, ET, 05. Perform mind fusion on 2 subjects who are forced to relinquish their survival instinct. Ejection rate observed 64%. Who was forced to relinquish their survival. And 1 subject who willingly relinquished their survival instinct with 48%. Both willingly relinquish their survival instinct, 25%. Observe between rejection rate and subject's will to live. Free sample size. Okay. Well then, I guess we're back out. The ghost sits up abruptly, clutching her forehead in pain. How are you feeling? Guaywador. Lee has shut down the mind disruptor from afar, but the after effects are not likely to subside anytime soon when it comes to mind interferences. No big deal, I just remembered some things. There weren't pleasant memories. Songs about justice and order replaced with journals of the Mind Research Project. That place used to be different. Should have been. What should have it looked like? good she remembers mixed with the ugly she never recognized, forming a series of chains that have confined her tightly. Calm down. You cannot help but feel that Echo has a really close tie with the Corona test subject. Right, I'm okay. I just need a minute. Taking a deep breath, Echo looks slightly less pale. Having made sure that her mind has not greatly deviated, you begin to sort out the bits and pieces of information that you have glimpsed on her mind after getting Echo's permission. Utopia has been performing illegal research on the mind this whole time. No wonder they can produce so many devices that can directly interfere with the mind. But what is the connection between Echo and Pikmin? Was she one of the samples? Echo quiets down upon hearing your question. No, he adopted me and raised me, letting me call him father. He's your father? Echo's Pikmin's adopted daughter. Such an intimate bond. New clue, you cannot help but reevaluate this temporary alliance you have with Echo. I knew you'd react this way. However suspicious or doubtful you are, this information should verify part of what I've told you. I hope that's enough to convince you to uphold our alliance. Contemplate. The seemingly well-behaved but chaotic children, the mysterious journals, and everything else seems to suggest the laboratory is more than meets the eye. Has Utopia always been like this? It wasn't like this at first. Pikmin, used to be loving and patient, and he'd take us to play on the deck. I don't know how he became the way he is now. Echo quiets down suddenly, probably recalling the research journal she saw in her memories. Was that really the case, or was his kindness always a facade? Those journals from your mind were all written by Pikmin. Yes. He used to bring me with him all the time when I was younger. I probably saw those journals back then. He didn't avoid me when he was working. I don't know why I have no recollections of any of them. That should be it. If Echo's memories were accurate, why did the penmanship look kind of familiar to you? Seem to have seen a similar signature on a report before. Suddenly remember another scrawny man with golden eyes. Mr. Kurono, please hurry up. You're going to be late for the meeting. Kurono? I still remember Kurono. I met him in person and also accidentally came across his data file. Thought he was on the board of directors, but turned out his name was just a coincidence. Could it be him? Doctor whose name coincidentally appeared on your inspection report during your confined treatment. Has Pikmin told you anything about Babylonia? Never. He left for scientific exchanges occasionally, but he never mentioned the outside world. Is something wrong? Not sure yet. Echo turns silent again. She seems to have encountered layer after layer of mysteries. Each time she lifted a layer, she would find the answer behind it written in blood. Every discovery would burden her with another shackle filled with sins. Devote everything to kindness and love, ever disregard what is righteous. As if the things I insist on are a joke. Her voice sounds desperate as if she is suffering. We'll chase down every lead, no matter what. Right or wrong, the truth will be revealed, one way or the other. Rest, we have a long way to go tomorrow. Echo quiets down again, leaning on the armor as she closes her eyes. Your conservation area 109. The vehicle outside the conservation area seems to have waited there for a while. Trojan approaches it from a nearby, travel-stained. The deal was no work during my break. I'll have to charge him triple my hourly rate. I'll let Mr. Norman know. And here's the vehicle and equipment you requested. Although it's naive to think that this thing can help me catch the Corona test subject, I suppose it's better than not having it. What happened with the information I told you to spread? It's out there. The purifying force doesn't seem to buy it, but seeing that they did lose their target, they had to send some there to investigate the conservation areas that cited the construct with purple hair. Expand the spread of information toward the center of the clean zone. It'll be easier to deal with the rest if we manage to draw those people away. The unknown construct leaves at the Trojan, communicates the plans forward. He opens the door to the vehicle and turns to look at the direction of the Conservation Area 109. Well, look in the direction of Conservation Area 109. That's enough money to retire if I manage to capture the Corona test subject. Whatever. Trojan grumbles before sighing and stepping into the vehicle, leaving Conservation Area 109 behind. Hidden stage. Narrow corner. Unlocked. Oh. Got new hidden stages done. That's 2520. So that's like super down in. So I'll go to 7. Now I wonder where the hidden stage is, because they don't actually have a hidden thing anymore here, but sure. Price and compensation. Every fine role in Grand Vision has prerequisites. Above these foundations are a separate set of rules, obviously. Babylonia, General Staff Conference Room. Wells sits in a corner in silence. The air in the room is still as a frozen lake. Kane has entered Conservation Area 112 as planned. Conservation Area 112. It's about time to restart the investigation on Silver Falcon. Wells looks up as if triggered by a keyword. He takes out the badge with sharp edges from his pocket, the Silver Falcon eager to take off from his palm. Silver Falcon. As the proposal to restart the investigation finally passed, the report on Fort Winter has records of Conservation Area 112 on it. They suspected the two were related, thus approving the investigation. The mission briefing back done. Silver Falcon immediately went to the surface after receiving reports of corrupted and hero creatures' activities. Their objective was to protect the residents of 112 while eliminating as many enemies as possible. It was a standard mission, but they never came back. By the time I found out, every member was listed as deceased. An entire elite squad was decimated in such a simple mission, yet no one suspected any wrongdoing, not even me. Was no one suspicious for real? Wells. Cecily, Nata, Arabella, Zika. Is this belated justice even necessary? Wells goes quiet. Hassan wants to talk a few words, but he has no idea what to say. Right then, they hear a knock on the door. Come in. I finished analyzing part of the research data we retrieved from Fort Winter. From what I can tell, their research direction was twofold. Mind fusion and mind replication. There isn't much I can find on the former, as mind replication was the main objective of Fort Winter. I've combed throughout all their known database, but I haven't discovered anything else on mind fusion. Mind fusion? Corona proposed this idea before, but there is actually no experiment data in Fort Winter. From the text I could analyze, Corona had proposed something even more extreme upon the foundation of mind fusion. They theorized that one of the requirements of the Ascension Network used to filter ascendants was a powerful enough mind. If they could expand the mind to include as many consciousnesses as possible, they could create a powerful enough one that could approach the Ascension Network with a greater chance to become an ascendant. Is that really possible? It's completely unrealistic based on our current theories, but then the punishing virus is beyond the scope of our understanding. Remember the two constructs from Strikehawk? Kamui and Kamu. Corona has no doubt acquired special means through many unconventional experiments. Judging by how the minds of the two Strikehawk constructs are fused, Corona's research on this area is apparently quite mature. So my answer to your question is I can't confirm if it's possible. If they're indeed conducting this type of experiment, I suggest looking into the records of defecting and missing constructs. Babylonia constructs would be the best test subjects for them. Asimov returns to the Science Council after the meeting. His terminal rings and he receives a seemingly normal report on a construct frame. Tapping the screen of his terminal, he finds the details of the report listed one by one. Aurora Squadron, Corona's private laboratory. Compatibility between minds. Is this what comes after that Fort Winter file? Minds are more compatible if they live in the same social system under the same rules. Are minds that can identify with the same set of mundane rules fundamentally capable of passing the Ascension Network's filtering? It doesn't matter. This file arrives just in time. He deletes the browsing history and thinks for a second before opening another chat window on his terminal. Conservation area. There is no one inside the aircraft before you. Echo leads you to search inside to no avail, as it appears to have been abandoned for a while. This is the Flying Fortress. It looks a little different from the massive Flying Fortress Echo described. Utopia is a fleet of flying fortresses. This is only one of the smaller ones. If necessary, the flying fortresses can be disassembled, leaving just a large one in the center. She cautiously bends down and inspects the tracks on the ground. Lena was here. This here and this here are the tracks she left behind. She must have been here before. Seems to have been abandoned for a long time. Lena once taught me to read secret codes in their squad used. I found it here. She left behind clues on the next location she was going to investigate. Echo's about to look closer at the hidden codes when static noise suddenly appears from the abandoned, seemingly defective control panel nearby. Lisa? Some audio devices seem to have been activated, and you hear a rasping voice all around you. No, that's impossible. It's been a while, Elisa. How have you been? It's getting warmer now. Your cooling system has some issues, so don't forget to repair it. Oh, or you can come find me. I'll make all your little problems go away. I'll never go back. Stop pretending. Why are you doing this? Devote everything to kindness and love. Never disregard what is righteous. Be fair, be just, be humble, be prudent. Wasn't that what you taught me? Why would you betray Utopia? Didn't you write those rules yourself? Every fine rule and grand vision has prerequisites. Above these foundations are a separate set of rules, obviously. Everything has a price. Did I not teach you that as well? No, it shouldn't be this way. Our Utopia never changed, Elisa. One day you will understand what your father has done, just like they did. You will become my true family. Who are they? Oh right, you're seeking information on your friends, aren't you, Lisa? Is it Lena from Karibu? I remember her. She was a special one, stubborn, just like my little Lisa. So you had a lot of fun together back then, didn't you? Or is it someone from earlier? Nata from Silver Falcon? She was a bit of a bookworm, wasn't she? I kept telling her not to read so much. They were more or less useless. Or is it... Enough! Elisa. Her raspy voice starts laughing unabashedly. One day, you will know what great work your father has been doing. If you want information on your friends, there are a few backup files in this control panel. You can take them with you. Remember, I'm right in Utopia, waiting for you. The voice disappears before Echo can speak again. Echo? I'm alright. Didn't he say there are backup files in the control panel? Let's go find them. That was Pikmin's voice, wasn't it? Yes. I didn't leak our location. I don't know how he found me. I know you didn't. I appreciate it. Lee has been monitoring the surroundings during the entire operation. He has not detected any suspicious signals this whole time. I can't understand him. You're going to refrain from this topic, but Echo starts talking unprompted. The Utopia when I was little was genuinely a wonderful place. It was like the paradise written in the books. A place where everyone lived in harmony. But I don't even know when he became like this. I never broke those rules even after I left Utopia. I thought Utopia would return to the way it was if I kept following the rules and defending justice. Was I wrong? Echo looks up, her eyes brimming with tears. Everything has changed. She quickly wipes away her tears and turns to look at you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be saying that at a time like this. Their control panels all share common passwords. I remember a few of them. Let me give it a try. Fingers tremble as she punches in the wrong codes a few times. The control panel buzzes, alarmed. Echo. What's wrong? She hastily wipes her eyes again and tries to hide the trails of her tears. Justice itself isn't wrong. But I don't know what to do anymore. What even is justice? Aren't you doing a great job? I'm doing a great job? Remember when we first met outside the conservation area? You helped the woman who was being bullied. She could be a child's mother or an old man's daughter. Echo helping the woman could mean a full meal for a whole family. Even when she does not know what justice is or what she should do, protecting the weak is already an act of justice. Words and concepts are never clear. Knowing your desire and doing what's right is good enough. Is that so? Echo still looks a little lost, but her fingers have stopped shaking. Inputting the code again, she unlocks the control panel. I'm through. A folder sits alone on the screen. Clicking on it reveals document after document. Each document is a detailed file on one of Echo's friends, everything from their basic information to their hobbies and interests. That's... Father, Dr. Pigman was very nice to everyone, even remembered everyone's birthday and interests. Everyone in Utopia liked him back then. Can sentiments like that really be a facade? Lena's information is here. Echo opens a file titled ET-0215, Lena. Construct squad unknown, attempted to infiltrate the outer flying fortresses of Utopia multiple times. Current status missing. That's great news. Lena's alive. Based on the direction she was going to investigate, this is the place. Vince points a new location, near 107. Another conservation area with heterocreature-related missing persons. This is no coincidence. We shall rest here tonight before we keep going. Until then, let me continue the story of Utopia. Okay, 8. Blooming in despair. I was the cause of all these sins. Utopia might not have existed for me. Dr. Pickman was always doing experiments and he would occasionally ask for our help. Although we didn't understand what he was doing, we were all happy to lend a hand. He encouraged us to become constructs when the time was right, saying that constructs could help more people. Therefore, I kept going, despite how difficult this process was. He was really happy the day my operation succeeded, however. Cicely! Look, the operation was successful. I'm also a construct now. I'll be able to work with you in the future. Elisa? You agreed to be a construct. I did. Father said I would be able to help him complete more work and enforce some rules in Utopia if I became a construct. I put a lot of thought into picking this frame. Cicely, what's wrong? It's nothing, I'm just too tired. You become a construct. It may not be a bad thing. At least you'll have a better shot leaving this place. Leaving this place? Are you saying we'll go on a mission together one day? I look forward to that day as well. Yeah, me too. Cicely's smile looks forced. Did Dr. Pickman say anything else? He mentioned you. Father took me to a physical examination after the operation and he said all my data looked good, just like yours. And he said something about initiating the final plan. What is the final plan? I asked him about it, but he just said it was a grown-up thing. He said it would make us a real family, but I didn't understand the rest. I see. By the way, where's Nada? She told me she had a book she wanted to recommend to me, but her roommate told me she was gone when I looked for her in her room earlier. Did she leave Utopia? Yes, she did. She was the last one. Cecily, are you feeling unwell? Unwell? Should you go see a doctor? I'm alright. Cecily smiles with relief as if she had made the decision. Leaning down slightly, she caresses Elisa's forehead, just like the countless times she did in the past. Cecily? Elisa, do you remember the fairy tale I used to tell you? Princess named Eliza. Of course, that was my favorite story. No matter how dangerous or difficult it is, there is always hope as long as you have righteousness and kindness in your heart. Is that so? Keep it in your mind, Elisa. There is nothing you need to fear as long as you let nothing change you. Justice is bound to echo through the land and eventually. Several researchers are busy working inside the Utopia laboratory when Pikmin opens the door and walks in. There is still a problem. Oh, is there still a problem? Yes, Doctor. A rejection reaction appears whenever we try to fuse different minds together. This marks the 58th external test subject, and the extracted consciousnesses still reject each other. The rate of rejection has decreased, but it's fine. Failure is inevitable. Every path to the truth is paved with countless failures. What about the samples from Utopia? We've deployed them, and your direction has proven accurate. The rejection rate of that batch lowered to 27.25%. Didn't you say? Don't worry, I found a solution. We finished preparing the test subject we're going to use as a vessel. To lower the chance of rejection, prioritize planning the consciousness shard from our Utopia test subject into the vessel's mind. As long as our vessel is steadfast enough, we will be able to cultivate a mind that is strong enough. Father! Elisa, what is it? The new group of residents is misbehaving. They weren't happy with the resources they were rationed, so they took other people's food and water. But we allocated those resources according to the rules. Lisa complains angrily, and Pikmin just looks at her compassionately. Those are not important anymore, Lisa. Father? Lisa cannot believe her ears as her father disregards the rules he used to care about the most. You can decide if you think it's wrong, Elisa. Do what you want to do. I have to work on the experiment now. This is a very important one. If it succeeds, we'll become a real family. Bringing a notice signed by Pikmin, Elisa disciplines the disruptive residents harshly. Those who injured others have received half rations and are exiled to the outermost part of Utopia until their conduct improves. Everyone receives a set amount of rations and can work to get extra. How can they take it from someone else? Today's work is almost over, but there is still time until the break. I should go find Cecily. She should be able to tell me the story of Eliza again if she has time. Cecily? Walking past a laboratory that has never been opened before, Elisa suddenly stops in her tracks. She can hear Cecily and Dr. Pikmin talking inside. Have you really made up your mind? I still think it's a little bit of a shame. I was going to save you for last, although her data is more suitable as a test subject to you, with the vision I have in my research more. Only a mind that has gone through enough hardship can be strong enough. She isn't there yet. But I'm more suitable than her, like you said. Why did you choose me in the first place? After all, not on the others were my teammates. However you put it, I'm the only one who can be the core. Perhaps you're right. Do you want to take a look? Our future, Utopia. What are they talking about? The door is already open. Peeking through a gap is not technically. Elisa carefully widens the gap a little bit and peeks inside, where she sees Cecily calmly standing next to an inactive suit of armor. So, Nada and the others are all inside now. Do I finally get to see you again? Nata, Zika, Arabella. She touches the armor's shoulder lovingly. Don't worry, life stops for all of us here, so none of us will age or die. This is the ultimate utopia. Cecily chuckles ambiguously. Any other preparations? You can see them now if you want. That's it then. Cecily! Lisa has no idea what they are talking about, but she senses danger intuitively. The smell of blood spreads like rust soaked in the rain. Lisa opens the door regardless of the consequences of running towards Cecily. Elisa, shouldn't you be? Cecily has specifically chosen to do this during Lisa's work hours. Lisa never arrives late or leaves early, so why is she here now? Go back, Elisa. What are you doing? I'm too tired, Elisa. I'm just going to rest. Don't be scared. Remember what I told you. Justice is bound to echo through the land. The storm might have invaded the skies, but the sun will shine on us once again one day. But I probably won't make it to that day. I'm sorry, Lisa. I'm just too tired. Please allow me to be selfish this one time. See more of this world for me, if you would. No, no, Cecily! The memory ends here abruptly. I don't remember what happened afterward. That was the first time I found what Dr. Pickman was doing. He was conducting a horrifying experiment, and most of the important ingredients for his experiment were Cecily. And the most important ingredients for his experiment were Cecily and me. Devote everything to kindness and love. Never disregard what is righteous. He made those rules, and he broke them as well. He always told me his experiment was going to make us a real family, but I didn't know. Echo quiets down, looking mournful. So this armor... She's Cecily, but not entirely. Inside the armor are a lot of conscience shards, some of which are quite damaged, while others wake up from time to time. Cecily is acting on instinct most of the time. They classified Cecily as a bioweapon. Most people who tried to connect to her were devoured by the enormous mind. Only I can establish a connection with her. Pickman didn't know why either, and neither did I. She's protecting you. Perhaps she wants to protect me, but I just want them to travel this sun-kissed world with me. Okay. Fine. Anador. Academia Anador. Not really. Just kidding. Conservation Area 107. There has been a wave of new hetero creatures attacks here recently. Several constructs who were out patrolling disappeared, and the people inside the conservation area are rightfully scared. Hey, you there, don't move. Who are you? Babylonia Task Force. You're on a mission. You should have received a notice from me. The staff member inspects your identification thoroughly before opening the door on the side. Small groups of people gather inside the conservation area, muttering and discussing something. Seeing Echo and you approach, they all pretend nothing is going on and cautiously disperse. Something's amiss. People in the conservation area under Babylonia should not have reacted this way when they saw a commandant here to investigate. Back in the other conservation areas you were investigating, some were glad to see Babylonia's arrivals, while others were mad that it took Babylonia so long to send someone there. But none of them with this alert. As if they are all protecting a secret. Should be fine, I think. Doesn't seem too strange to me. Doesn't the first chapter of the regulations of conservation areas emphasize the importance of remaining alert and being cautious of outsiders? I don't see what's wrong with how they're acting. You're quite the expert with regulations. The regulations of conservation areas are written into a thick tome. You wonder how she managed to memorize every rule on it. I just thought the book was great referencing material, so I read it a couple times. The systems written there are different from what I've learned. Did you used to learn things like this as well? We all learned from the same book before Utopia changed. Inside the book were all the rules we needed to follow in Utopia. It's different from the regulations of conservation areas, similar but not the same. Utopia's rules emphasized fairness and justice, kindness and virtues. It requested us to treat our people kindly and respectfully. The rules were so loving that they didn't seem to belong to this era. Meanwhile, the regulations of conservation areas warn us about outsiders and refugees coming from beyond. Utopia's rules didn't mention anything similar. Tell us to find Dr. Pickman if you ran into problems. He'd help us solve everything. Lena said that was wrong. Dr. Pickman couldn't possibly help everyone this way. But Dr. Pickman said he wanted to create a utopia on Earth. A place that was peaceful and decent, fair and just, somewhere people could coexist lovingly. But Echo stops talking. Did Lena's message mention what she planned to do here? She mentioned seeing Corona's people around this area, but she was coming here to investigate. It's those people. Okay, not too far from the outside of the conservation stand people in strange uniforms. Those are the combat uniforms of the Aurora Squadron. What are they doing here? You sneak toward them while hiding in an alley. The Aurora Squadron soldiers say something to the residents, and the residents all drop the tools in their hands to follow the soldiers away from the conservation area. Few soldiers in the lead in the front, while the rest are bringing up the rear, as if worried that the residents are going to run away. What are they doing? Obviously, external force entering the conservation area should have alarmed the guards, so why are they not here to stop them? Let's follow them. Right after they leave the safe zone of the conservation area, the soldiers begin to create strange trails of fighting on the ground. That's the hetero creatures? Time's running out. Go after them. Abandoned village. Temporary Aurora Squadron base. I still don't think this is a good place. Could have stayed in Babylonia's conservation area. Yes, we have to work for the supplies there, but at least they are clean. Things you get without doing anything. Is there really such a thing as a free lunch? Let's go back, it's getting late. This is different, they promised us. Okay, ask her. I don't want to go back, I don't want to work so hard, only for a few supplies. Who cares about justice? I just want free bread. Nibby. Tate, what about you? Are you staying with Asker here? I don't know. But I'm starving too. Tate, I don't care about those things. I just want food. I'm so hungry. Is that the Babylonian commandant? Shh, quiet. You don't want to get caught by them. Let me get you out of here. They seem reluctant to leave, but please give me more time. I have to bring them back. I promised their mother. Who's that? Nevi. Who are these two? They are from Babylonia. Nevi, why did you do this? I have to enter Utopia, no matter what. I'm gonna live the kind of life they described. Help! We have intruders from Babylonia. Oh, damn. Okay, moving on. Okay, they are with Babylonia. Don't let them get away alive. Residents they took are all in this warehouse. I forgot the... There we go. To your surprise, the residents you saved do not look happy after you chased the Aurora Squadron away. Damn it! Did we miss the chance? Why? Why would you do this? The gentleman promised us water and food and warm clothes. Those things came with a price. They were going to experiment on you. No one cares. The gentlemen told us we could become their family as long as we followed their rules. Why would you stop us from entering Utopia? Those people have left. Can't go to Utopia today. Go back to the conservation area. It's late now. This place isn't safe anymore. The disappointed resident glares at Echo, but Echo ignores him as if she used to do it. As if she is used to it. Do you really think such a good thing exists? Certainly, they promised us. We just need to follow them. You want to follow them because you want to live, right? Who doesn't want to live? Do you think only big shots like you deserve to live in this world? We also want to live. Commandants and soldiers fight. Farmers farm. Everyone has to work hard to survive. The conservation area offers the same if you work hard. Water, food, warm clothes, and more. Do you really want to be their family, or are you just lazy? You. Accusing others won't get you away from your own problems. You already believe what she said, don't you? Why else have they stayed instead of running away with the Aurora Squadron? The Wolfram man walks away angrily. No longer berating Echo, he joins a few other residents and begins the way back to the conservation area. If you're missing, did they leave with the Aurora Squadron? Yeah. They were stealthy and joined the soldiers as they left hastily. Echo lets out a quiet sigh. Some people are definitely seeking an easier life in this world, while others are at their worst end, no longer motivated to go forward. Instead of an easier life, it's more like a way out. Stop overthinking it, Echo sighs again. Right, I haven't thanked you yet, Commandant. It's alright. When I escaped from Stelia, I decided to look for Lena. I found a bunch of conservation areas like this one. You mean? Pikmin hasn't given up on his plan. He's taking advantage of the mobility of his flying fortress to build many incomplete utopias like this everywhere. They usually indoctrinate the residents by enticing them with plentiful resources. They tell them they can become their family if they follow their rules, and well-behaved ones can enter their utopia. I've saved some residents like them before, but none of them believed a word I said. You're the only one who spoke up for me. Thank you. Remember the story you told me? Justice is bound to echo through the land. Don't be afraid, Elisa. Justice is bound to echo through the land. The storm might have invaded the skies, but the sun will shine on us again one day. There's nothing to worry about. Even when the rules here begun to crumble, even when you're trapped in this quagmire, at least you're still alive. We can still dismantle everything. There's no time to waste. Let's go. Blurry memories linger in her mind. Something has been shattered in her heart, only to become the foundation of a stronger wall. Echo? Sorry, I got carried away. What were you saying? You can follow the trails of the Aurora Squadron to the race. Time is short. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Okay, next. And following the wind. It is late at night. The soldiers of the Aurora Squadron have entered the woods before you. In order to keep an eye on them, Echo and you have set up a simple camp here. They stopped. Their base must be nearby. Are you scared? I'm not. Just the closer I get here, the clearer some memories become. Back then, right after Cecily passed. Why would you do that, Father? Elisa, something wrong? Alright, I can give you 10 minutes. The doctor in a white coat smiles gently as he looks at the time. Are you here to recite the Utopia protocols to me, or has someone violated one of our little Lisa's rules? You know I'm talking about Cecily. Devote everything to kindness and love, never disregard what is righteous, walk in the path of wisdom without arrogance or faltering. Didn't you make those rules? Experimenting on Cecily, was that kindness and love? Was that righteous and just? Of course, Elisa. Hickman smiles assuredly. It is the most wonderful place, somewhere even better than our utopia here. Everyone can live together happily there. Everyone gets to wield incredible power. It is the most wonderful thing, Elisa. But our research isn't complete. Once it is done, everything will be even greater. Alright, I still have some things to do. Go play by yourself. He smiles as he pats Elisa on the shoulder before quickly stepping away, leaving Elisa by herself. No, that is wrong. That is wrong. She keeps repeating the same phrase helplessly, despite her heart telling her that everything Pickman said was wrong. The education she has received fails to rebuke those reasons. Is that really right? Do righteousness and justice, fairness and order look like this? Elisa, what are you doing here? Just took in a new batch of constructs and we can use some help. Shouldn't you be working today? I see, I'll head there right now. Arriving at the door, Lisa sees a few constructs approaching her. The soldiers from the Aurora Squadron are walking behind them as if escorting the constructs. This is Utopia. Most people don't get to come here despite how much they want to, so you're lucky. Here lies the only Utopia in this apocalypse. Why didn't Babylonia move here if this place is so great? Babylonia is nothing compared to this. You should treasure what you have here. I don't know anything about treasuring, so why don't you let me head back? You can't come back if you leave. Who would want to come to a place like this? You. He's about to say something when he sees Elisa approaching. Elisa, I'll leave them to you. I have other business to attend to. Be careful. This is Lena. This Lena is leading the group is a troublemaker. I thought all constructs volunteered to come here. Well, yeah, she was heavily injured and we rescued her, so she has to pay us back, so to speak. Fairness, am I right? Nothing's free. I see. You can go take care of your business. The soldier hurriedly salutes Elisa before running off. Elisa returns the gesture properly before turning around and looking at the constructs they just took in. Hello, my name is Elisa. I'm in charge of moral education here in Utopia. You can come find me if you need anything. Hypocrite. The sharp voice interrupts Elisa. How moral can a secret core in a laboratory be? Enough with your crocodile tears. You got me, so I'm at the feet. Don't you brainwash me with your morals. But he said they saved you and brought you back here because you were badly injured. Lena lets out a disdainful sneer. Yeah, whatever floats your boat. She looks daggers at Elisa without saying another word. Night has fallen by the time Elisa has finished helping the newly arrived constructs settle in. Long overdue for maintenance, the ventilation system in the public area screeches and painful creaks. Elisa sits in Cecily's favorite corner, her mind a mess. They said that they saved Lena when it was so obvious that she was brought here against her will. Who is lying here? See everything with your own eyes, Elisa. People's words need to be taken with a grain of salt. You need to see things with your own eyes and listen with your own ears. See things with your own eyes and listen with your own ears. Keeping her eyes slightly closed, Elisa replays in her head what's happened recently. Utopia has grown increasingly tense since Cicely passed on. His father has up patroller on the gate, and Utopia has seen an influx of voluntary newcomers these days. People she has just received mark the fourth group today. That's why she's starting to entertain the idea of having a conversation with that construct going by Lena. She seems to know a lot of things that Elisa has never been told, such as Corono and how people see this place as a laboratory base. Past midnight in one of Utopia's flying fortresses, Lena keeps her eyes partially closed, feigning sleep as she observes the patroller outside and quietly leaves a mark on the wall behind her. Never has she thought she'd find herself in for a ride like this while trying to track down Corono's research base. What exactly is Corono doing here, though? Does Babylonia seriously have no clue about this research base, even when it's so big and obvious? One step, two steps. The patroller stops in his tracks and starts having a conversation with someone. Hello. Isn't she the construct from the afternoon? that claim to be in charge of Utopia's moral education. Well, what brought you here? Your rooms aren't here, if my memory serves me correctly. I wanted to talk to you about this corona on the laboratory base that you mentioned earlier today. And you have no clue as to what those are, even though you live here. Good job trying to trick that out of me, but I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm not tricking you into telling anything, I'm just trying to figure things out. Everyone here knows this place as Utopia. Does that corona have anything to do with it? Without saying a word, Lena fixes her gaze on the construct before her. Karibu specializes in tracking and spying, and being a Karibu herself, Lena naturally has these skills down to fine art. It appears that this construct called Elisa doesn't have a full grasp of what's going on at this laboratory base. Even Lena still can't rule out the possibility that she's just playing dumb to pry things out of her. I have nothing to say about that. She squints her eyes again and looks away from Elisa. I need to go, but I'll be back. Elisa does a complicated salute before turning around and quietly leaving. It's been 10 days since Lena arrived in Utopia. Under the cover of night, Lena documents the landscape of this place as part of her daily work, noting that these flying fortresses do not stay forever at one location, and that they can be disassembled and reassembled if needed. Which spells trouble. Lena is trying to come up with a way to get out of this place. Right when she gets back to her room, however, she hears a quiet voice coming from the other side of the window. Lena, what are you doing here again? I assigned you this room because I passed by during my night patrols here. How's your day there? When Lena hears a few quiet rustles of clothes coming through the window, you can almost picture Lisa doing her complicated salute even without seeing her. How did they manage to raise a child so pure and naive in a place as messed up as this one? You've been standing sentry here for 10 nights in a row now. Don't you feel tired? I feel fine. Work is work, and I don't really want to do night patrols these days. According to the Utopia protocols, we're supposed to look out for one another, so I thought I could do night patrols in their place. Are you stupid or what? Well, I was hoping to learn about Corona today, if you don't mind. And while we're at it, why do people call Utopia the laboratory base? Do you really have no clue what's going on here? I mean, they're doing vivisection with constructs here. What else can it be called? An orphanage home? But that's not all that they are. Are you really that naive? Anyone here, and yes, that includes you, could be the next guinea pig. Why do you think they only take people in but never let them out? Have you ever set foot beyond this place? Lena's last question seems to have hit home. All Elisa knows about Utopia is that it's a gigantic flying fortress flanked by numerous smaller flying fortresses. All she knows is that everyone living in Utopia abides by the rules here, and that they can all live happily together as long as they abide by these rules. And she knows the skies out there to be blue, the grass to be green, and the ocean to be boundless, and yet she has never set foot outside Utopia. Lena lets out a barely noticeable sigh. Having spent quite some time now observing this girl, she now knows for certain that Elisa knows nothing about anything here. I've seen them in the middle of an experiment. Dr. Pickman took custody. I'm going to stop them because what they do goes against the Utopia protocols. People are supposed to help one another, devote everything to kindness and love, and never disregard what is righteous. I will do what I can to help you and your people get out of this place. Wait, don't. Her words disappearing into the silent air, Lena hears nothing more from the other side of the wall. With a frown, she tries to think of something to stop Elisa, as she hears the same quiet footsteps approaching the wall again. You. Before Lena even finishes the words, she hears the rustles of clothes again. Good night, Lena. The stars tonight, too, shall shine upon your dream. It took Lena a long time to finally let her guard down around me. She would say hi to me at recess sometimes, tell me what was going on out there, and occasionally teach me how to shoot with a bow. When she looked me in the eye, I always had this feeling that she was seeing someone else through me. She wouldn't tell me anything, though. When I asked her, she only told me to keep myself safe and never fully trust anyone, no matter who they were. When she trusted me so much herself. Against the sky in which the stars hang far and wide apart, the low hums that the armor emits are reminiscent of alarm calls. Commandant, what's wrong? Your body wakes up and readies itself for a fight after years of being on the front lines. And there's movement up ahead. They're probably trying to make their way back when it's still dark. Let's tag him. Following the Aurora Squadron soldiers, you see a black airship powering the woods in the faint morning lights 2 hills later. So this is Utopia. Not as big as I imagined. All of Utopia is much bigger than this. This should be one of the smaller flying fortresses out on a mission. Utopia consists of a gigantic flying fortress flanked by numerous smaller ones. Most of the time, Utopia stays on land in the middle of the wilderness and is usually not airborne. Some of the smaller fortresses scatter and come down to the ground when they're on missions, like this. Ugh. Echo stops cold and presses her hand to her forehead. Mine interference? Yes, there are probably plenty of a small armored device somewhere nearby that is equipped with a mind disruptor. But it isn't something I can't handle with your connection, though, Commandant. Let's keep moving and see what's up ahead. With it, the two of you proceed carefully along the perimeter of the woods. 3 tents scatter under the small flying fortress where a couple of refugees and visibly wounded constructs line up for some sort of registration. Once verification is complete, they are led into the flying fortress. They're still doing this. Let's try to keep it on the low so they don't see us. I know where the back door is on one of these small fortresses. We need to get those people out of there first. Before you can stop, Echo's put away her weapon and started making her way quietly toward the flying fortress. Inside a lab in Utopia. Lisa and Greer and Commandant have reached the flying fortress. I see. Pikmin turns around from the experiment bench, his golden eyes glistening with a gentle smile. Little Lisa is still as impatient as always. But I don't suppose the fruit ever becomes ripe with the juice of life if it isn't nurtured with the hardship of life. She has always been the best of them all. By the way, that girl from the other day who tried to pay me a visit but ended up in Babylonia, I don't even know who sent her to me. Seemed quite impulsive, saying that she wanted to join us. Where's the thing she brought with her? Here. Researcher curls up a series of files on the screen. After quickly going through the files, Pikmin falls silent. I see. Should I try to get in touch with them? No, we'll stay put for now. Let's wait and see what we're getting out of the next batch of test subjects. Can't play on the table without any chips in our pocket, don't you agree? I believe Elisa's not going to let me down, right? Keeps his gaze on the report detailing Elisa's activities and breaks into another gentle smile. Inside the flying fortress. Navigating the flying fortress is a breeze with Echo leading the way. What hits you as weird though is that all the things here are out of place, a sign that this place is still under construction. This is where most of Pikmin's men come to rest. Echo quietly pushes open the door. Only to see a countless mind disruptors on the other side. It's a trap. Cut off power connection. The gadgets are no longer working, but Echo still looks in pain. You can only imagine the pain she's going through having had her mind messed up by interference waves as powerful as the ones that had just hit her. Lock the door. You got hold of Lee and the task force squad nearby and asked them to come down for help before they get here, you know you got to help Echo stabilize her mind first. Have another deep dive. Calm down, Elisa. Cecily? While the Grave Commandant is stabilizing your mind out there, perhaps you can take this opportunity to find more clues. This area in the mine might hold the memory behind that gate. Let's have a look over there. Okay. Okay, now opens. That over there. Judging from the height, should be okay to jump. Seems to be a machine. Let's go check it out. These are Cecily, Babylonian Force Constructs, over Falcon Captain, taken during a battle in Conservation Area 112. Notes allergic to eggs. Please mind when preparing recipes. Excellent contract with strong will, calm mind. Stayed after realizing escape was not possible. Fine, because it takes a strong mind to bear the most fruitful fruit. This file has documented things I don't even know myself. Cecily, are you alright? It's okay. This is all the truth you need to know as well. These are Silver Falcon Captain, taken during Conservation 112. Likes reading him orders books to Utopia. Professor Captain, that's good. I believe they will be perfect partners again. It's NASA's. Okay, next. Oh. Calm down, Elisa. Watch out, Echo. Okay. You're all innocent. Just an illusion in the mind. Okay. Subject is currently in good condition. Sent to Babylonia to work on missions. Not realizing the existence of the other mind in the body. Main mind named Kamu has been up with no obvious mind fluctuations detected from him. Ah. That's Kamui. Human beings who survived with the punishing virus by using special mind fusion method. We fused another mind with the existing one when making the test subject a construct. Okay. Can't think of who that might be off the top of my head. Okay, what about you? One look at go. Have to remember all of these. Oh. We're drawing. When did I burn it? Okay, next. Up we go. I'm no longer once helpless Elisa. Let me have a clear look at the things that I once forgot. Careful. Mine hurts. Okay, you're growing a lot. Let's get going. Leave. Someone's waiting for you out there. Echo's mind has stabilized. She seems to be trying to wake up from her deep mind. Echo. This place isn't safe. You need to get out of here as soon as you can. Ah, Commandant. Can you move? I think I can move just fine. We need to get those people out of here. She struggles to her feet. Can't let Utopia take any more lives. Sounds of sharks can be heard. Help is here. From Babylonia, what about Cecily? She ends up trying to hide the armor. Don't worry, it's a friend. When you open the door, you see Lee in the hall trying to open the door to the room that keeps all the constructs locked up. Commandant. Lee casts your frown, apparently unhappy with what he's seeing. This is Lee from my team. Greetings, I'm Echo. I was still haunted by the pain. Echo insists on greeting Lee with a complicated salute anyway. Commandant, I've roped up all those constructs who claim they're from the War Squadron, and to keep us hidden, I've intercepted the signals around here. And according to this log, they kept most of these constructs, and humans came here voluntarily. They said Utopia had promised them a future where they wouldn't have to worry about food or anything else, so long as they agreed to become part of this place. I went through the file myself. Many of them are runaways from some of the other factions. Some are being hunted down, some are registered as dead in official records, and others came because they wanted a stable life. Lee passes you the file before casting a look at Echo, who's doing her best to convince constructs and humans to leave. I'm afraid she isn't going to get the reaction she wants from them. Utopia is like a beautiful dream, one that appeals to exhausted souls like wandering without a home. They might not know that it's a bottomless abyss, but why does that matter? When there isn't anything else, when there isn't anywhere else for them to go. And just like what Lee said, Echo walks back this way, looking upset, getting not a single positive reaction. They all want to follow Roar Squadron to search for the actual Utopia. Is Utopia really as appealing as they think it is? No one can resist a promise when already driven to the wall. I'm really worried about Lena. Is she going to get brainwashed by Pikmin if she doesn't make it out of Utopia and ends up all alone again? Everyone is going to be able to live happily together forever and ever. Life stops for all here, so no one will age or die. Is she going to end up like Cecily? That's not going to happen. You need to have some faith in her. You're right. There's no way she's going to fall for anything Pikmin says. I have to have faith in her. Lee walks up this way, having finished a head count. What are we going to do with these people here? Let's take them back to the nearest conservation area first. Task Force squad you reached out to earlier has arrived with their help on constructs and humans aboard, in groups to transport vehicles that take them to the nearest conservation area. Echo volunteers to go on patrol after she leaves. Lee stops what he's doing and looks this way. Verifying force isn't too far from where you are now, Commandant. Those are up to the coroner test subject. Right, Osiris is leading the team. I tried muddying the waters with some misinformation, but there's no telling how long that can keep them stalled. Something that strikes me as weird, though, is there's another force trying to muddy the waters too. We won't be found anytime soon, but I'm having no luck identifying the other force. Their purpose is still unclear, and if they ever find, don't worry. You put together the information you gathered from Echo's deep mind and send it to Asimov in an encrypted format. Minutes later, your terminal rings with an encrypted call from Asimov. Got what you sent me. Is this something you saw in the mind of that construct going by Echo? Correct. And some reports of findings from tagging Camu. I see. Would it be possible for you to get your hands on more of this data? It should all be sitting inside Utopia. Coriona's research base stationed by their secret force. Those cunning bastards. Asimov falls silent when you're done telling him about what Echo's been up to. A moment later, he speaks again. I'll try my best to keep Babylonia out of this. You'll have to get your hands on the data at Utopia before Babylonia finds out what you've been up to. I'll do everything I can. I just processed the data you sent my way and forwarded it to Nicola and Wells. We have no idea where that construct came from, so the data is meant for them to use as a bargaining chip if Corona ever finds out about this. Right, but Wells? Yep, as far as this goes, Wells has been treading very lightly. An insider told me that Wells had once led an excellent squad that they called Silver Falcon. Except that they got wiped out completely during doing a simple surface mission, and the mission location was Conservation Area 112. We remember seeing Conservation Area 112 in a report of Fort Winter. Conservation area destroyed by Hydro creatures is how it was described. I bet Corona was behind that. We have nothing to define, nothing definite to back that up, but Asimov nods at you. By the way, I sent her data to report to the control court a few weeks ago. Asimov nods at you. There are always certain things that shouldn't be talked about even over an encrypted channel. I'll send her down to Earth to look into abnormal samples as soon as I have a chance. Okay. You know exactly who Asimov is referring to. Sounds great. It's been so long since you last saw her. That's all I have for now. Let me know if anything else comes up. Asimov hangs up. We might have a much better chance with Lucia coming back to us, but that doesn't mean I'll be fine with you putting yourself on the line. Are you going to keep looking for Lena with Just Let Go? Yes. Help can't reach us fast enough when needed. If the three of us find ourselves in the same pitfall, I'll take Lucia to rendezvous with both of you as soon as she can take surface missions. Okay, next. 12. Arrow of Freedom. Is he coming with us? Echo says as she fiddles with the campfire on the ground. Lee has another mission to attend to. Lee hasn't quite changed his attitude about your decision after your brief discussion, but he stays around for recon as told anyways. Dr. Pickman is very cautious and he makes sure that these flying fortresses are never too far from one another. If Lena did make it out of there, we can still save her if we can get there as soon as possible. Dr. Pickman isn't going to go easy on Lena, because this isn't the first time we tried to run away. In the corner of Utopia when their surveillance cameras reach, Elisa and Lena are trying to cover their movements with books. How exactly do you think you can help me get out of this place with this stupid plan of yours? Lena lets out a sneer, not even trying to hide her sarcasm. Don't think this plan of yours is going to fly? So stay here. I'll try to get out of here on my own and come back with some people to find this place and get you out of here. No, not only am I helping you get out, I'm letting these people walk through too. Lisa casts a look at the upper cabin of Utopia out of the corner of her eye. Just as there are people willing to immerse themselves in a made-up fantasy, in made-up fantasy, there too are people who speak up when served the same fantasy. And the after cabin is where they're detaining the constructs and humans who refuse to be part of their experiment. Dr. Pickman has maintained that these people are being detained for violating Utopia protocols. The police has come across no evidence to prove his claim after a thorough investigation. Well, you do know that I know every patrol route here like the back of my hand, and I know exactly where the keys are to the control room. Once the plan is underway, I'll come up with an excuse to get the keys to open the door to the after cabin. Guards, we are usually most relaxed from 3:30 to 4 in the morning, meaning that we only have half an hour to act. There are a few emergency tunnels in the flying fortress, and I've marked them on this map for you to keep. This is Lisa as she crumbles up a napkin with a messy scribble of a map and stuffs it into Lena's hand. Well, talk about you being naive here. Are you seriously going to trust someone with your life when you've known them only for a few months? Well, for only a few months. Lena looks incredulously at Elisa. Are you saying I shouldn't be trusting you after we spent so much time together? You taught me not only archery, but also recon and anti-recon. Aren't these all signs of you placing your trust in me? That's not. Look at the innocent face of Elisa. Lena suddenly feels deflated. Having been betrayed and gotten back on her feet from crippling hardships, Lena thought she already had built a wall around her so thick that she'd never trust anyone ever again. This wall, however, seems to be quietly buckling under Elisa's burning courage, letting through a sliver of light that shines upon the darkness behind the wall. Lena has made up her mind to never trust anyone ever again. Without a pinch of salt, but she finds it impossible to turn this young lady away when she's coming on with such persistence. Lisa has been waiting by her room for 1 full month already, bringing her a new plan every single day. Lena might have started communicating with her for the purpose of learning more about Utopia's internal affairs. Is that really all she has been doing? Lena can't help but wonder when she started seeing the young girl like a baby sister. Was it that time when Elisa let her in on her childhood? Or was it when she managed to dodge the guards with Elisa's help? Or was it that time when she taught Elisa how to properly shoot it with a bow? Or was it Lena? Elisa stands up. Though still fresh-faced, she now exudes the valiance of a typical fearless adult. My father is wrong, and it's my duty to help him see that I'll help all of you get out of here, with or without your trust. I'll play by the Utopia protocols to pursue my own justice. Lena stops dead in her tracks and sizes up the girl with a frown. Their hair is similar in color, and they're about the same in height, except that Lisa's eyes are brimming with courage and hope, both of which Lena has already lost. Lena finds herself at a loss for words. Just hold your horses now. I'll come up with an excuse to stop by the after cabin and see if the people there want to leave. I'll let you know exactly what you need to do after that. Alright. Pikmin has done a great job selecting who to put in the after cabin. Every single one of the constructs and humans in there hates this place guts and wants to leave right this second if they could. At night, Elisa and Lena open their doors at the same time. Operation starts. As per the plan, Elisa gets the key and enters the control room, and unlocks the after cabin. Meanwhile, Lena waits for the people at the tunnel's entrance before uniting with Elisa to escape from this airborne prison. This is it. After Lisa enters the command, the after cabin's door light turns green. While preparing to leave and rendezvous with Lena at the tunnel, she notices a notebook on the table labeled Elisa, grabbing her attention. Is that my name? She opens the notebook, thinking it's just a normal examination report. However, date X, month X, examination was finished. We found a gem in dispatch. She is young, about 3 to 4 years old. The older kids say no one knows where she's from. The girl seems to have just shown up out of nowhere one day when they woke up during their escape. As far as I'm concerned, she's a godsend. I named her Elisa, and I'm going to raise her myself. I'm going to teach her things and turn her into what I want her to be. There is no doubt she's going to be the best. 6 samples from the runaway kids were modified and turned into constructs. Experiment shows that the fusion rejection rates of their mind went down by a few percentage points. And based on all the experiments conducted, my guess is that this is due to the fact that they all used to live by the same social orders. The research grant I'll receive, I'm going to turn my flying fortress into Utopia, where I'll keep all the samples and manage them together. This is going to be my greatest experiment yet. I'll build a spotless, perfect society and walk away with the best of ingredients. I sent Corona an application for a batch of quality ingredients, and in time they sent me the ingredients exactly as I'd asked them to. The best of them all is Cecily from Silver Falcon. She's so perfect, and of what I currently have, Elisa probably is the only one who can hope to measure up to her. But I'm just taking my time now since Elisa's still young. Utopia has just gone underway, everything is just starting now. When everything is ready, we will be able to make contact with that greater being. And that's when all consciousnesses will have become one, allowing us to see all allowing us to all see one another again. Lisa, is everything okay? We're by the tunnel's entrance now. Says Lena over the communications device. Right, I'm on my way. She gives her eyes a quick rub before putting away the notebook and hurrying out of the room. Lisa, is everything okay? By the tunnel's entrance, Lena cast a frown at Elisa, her eyes red. Elisa appears to have been crying. I am okay. Where's everyone else? I asked them to go ahead without us. I thought I'd stay here to wait for you because it's pretty safe inside the tunnel. Not to mention they got a team of combative constructs with them in case anything comes up. Aren't you coming with us? Let's go. Ready to go, Elisa bites her lip. Right then, an oversized notebook slips out of her pocket. What's this? Okay, Lena quickly helps her pick it up inside the tunnel. Pages in the notebook flap to the wind coming in through the ventilation pipes. Elisa looks quietly at the notebook that's now in Lena's hand. Making no attempt to take it back with a frown, Lena quickly flips through the notebook. Are you crying? No, I'm not. Putting up the top front, Elisa rubs her eyes and tries to cover her red eyes with her hair. It always makes me wonder why my father ended up the way he is today. Is it because of something that someone said to him? Did something go south with his research? Or is it because some sort of power got into him? This is something I've been thinking long and hard about since I found out he had killed Cecily. But it never once crossed my mind that Utopia, this place I love with all my heart, was built with such malice to begin with. Utopia is a mistake to begin with, and so am I. No, that's not true. Lena pulls Elisa toward her, goes around the pipe and raises her hand and somewhat awkwardly but gently touches Elisa's forehead. Utopia might be a mistake, but you aren't. Did you hear that? Hear what? Lena gestures for Elisa to lean against the pipe, beyond which the roar gusts of wind. Something beyond which roar gusts of wind. Something that Elisa has never heard at Utopia. That's what wind sounds like, and that, too, is what freedom sounds like. Reaching the tunnel's exit, Lena hops out, turns around and sends her hand at Elisa. Let's go. Go where? Didn't you say you want to pursue your justice? Through the fainting starlight and thinning clouds, the morning sun seems to have endowed Lena with a pair of wings to soar into the sky. Leave this place that's always been a mistake, and pursue freedom. Once you leave Utopia, I'll help you apply for a position in the force and you'll be able to join me on Earth missions once probation's over. And I'll show you all the things that you've never seen before: deserted towns, grasslands so vast you can't see the edge, caves, rocky mountains, and rivers and oceans. Oceans? She mumbles as Elisa reaches her hand out to Lena. No one is born a sin. It makes no sense for you to feel guilty when you've played no part in Utopia's wrongdoings. Let's go, and let me show you what the world has to offer. And you and Lena got separated after that. Lena and I didn't make it out of there in that time. There were traitors out in the after cabin, and only a few of us managed to get out thanks to the temporary squad of combative contracts Lena assembled. Lena and I, and those who stayed in the rear, were caught and taken back to Utopia. Dr. Bickman came to speak to me many times. Didn't seem to understand why I tried to help those people get out of Utopia. He thought he was giving Utopia his all and was doing the world a favor, and he failed to understand why I couldn't understand any of that. And I tried to run from Utopia quite a few times after that, but I never made it out with the heavy surveillance that Lena had been put under. They took care to block off many of the hidden tunnels in Utopia too. Pickman was ready with all the preliminary work he had done, and he found this armor the best vessel he could have hoped for. So this armor is what came out of his research. He tried to infuse this armor with all the consciousness that he had successfully integrated, By his original plan, the dominant consciousness should have been Cecily and I. But his experiment failed. Most of the integrated consciousnesses lost themselves and became a chaotic lump. Pikmin, he tried to put me into this armor, except the consciousness in it didn't seem to want me around. It was a feeling Echo can't quite put into words. The experiment itself failed, but she felt no pain. Rather, she felt as though her consciousness was wrapped with it, fluffy clouds, and gently pushed out of the armor. It was Cecily. She, or rather, they, was still trying to protect Elisa. Even in death, even when they had been turned into boiling shards in mind, and even when they were on the verge of disappearing while being burned. Echo didn't become part of the armor, but her mind, by a stroke of fate, established a connection with the minds of the girls in the armor. Pikmin carried on with his research of Echo and the armor while trying to put together a new vessel capable of holding a sizable mind. I could hear Cecily talk every now and then, and sometimes she would enter my mind and show up using my body too. Dr. Pikmin wasn't aware of this though, so I took advantage of that and did a few more things. I got my hands on some data. Cecily told me that the data would lead me to an encryption key and that the key could disable the control room's internal system. Except I haven't gotten to the bottom of the data. I can do that for you if you think you can trust me with it. I do trust you. I mean, I've got nothing more to lose anyway. Echo passes you the memory device that contains the data. Connect it to your terminal and encrypt the data in it before sending it to Asimov. It'll take no time. Thank you. There's no way I could have made it this far without your help, and destroying Utopia would have just been some far-fetched dream. You're the one who came to me first, though. I've only been able to get this far thanks to you. Keeping her gaze on the campfire, Echo lets out a sigh. I've never been superstitious, but this, I guess I'll never have a better way to put it other than a work of fate. I think you should thank your hard work instead. You think so? Of course. As the campfire pops and crackles, Echo looks at the armor next to her, fully engrossed. Justice is bound to echo throughout the land. The storm might have invaded the skies, but the sun will shine on us again one day. Is that why you changed your name to Echo? No, I wasn't talking about myself. I mean, the usually composed girl blushes and pink at your remark. But you're right, justice is bound to echo through the land. You're the one bearing their hopes, so you must press on. I sure hope I can. I sure hope I won't let them down. Her mumbled words melt into the wind and vanish. Okay. 13. Ashes of Absurdity. Here it is. This is where Lena will be probing next, based on the marks she left in the Flying Fortress. Well, in the last Flying Fortress. This Flying Fortress appears to be deserted as well, but having survived the trap earlier, you know better than to let your guard down now. What's that over there? Mark that Lena left. This is her last recon location. She's gotta be here. Hold your horse. Echo will waste no time running into the Flying Fortress. What's this? Check a surprise! There's no one in the Flying Fortress, save for a vague figure on the top of the platform in the middle. Lena! That's a hologram. Suddenly the hologram turns around. Elisa? Jeez, what took you so long? I've been waiting for you all this time. Lena, I'm so glad that you're alive. Where are you? I'm going to get you out of there now. I'm at a happy place. And if you really want to know where this is, it's Utopia, Lena. It's a good place, I can tell you, and I need to let myself have a rest there because I feel exhausted. No, Lena, no! Remember what you said about getting out of Utopia for freedom. Freedom, huh? Well, that doesn't really matter anymore. I'm sorry, Elisa, but you're on your own now. I really am sorry. But I'm sure we'll see each other there, right, Elisa? No! Echo shouts at the top of her lungs, and she makes a beeline for the hologram, which shatters into specks of light upon touch. But you said you were going to show me all the things I had never seen. All the things that this world had to offer. Echo, get yourself together. This has to be Pikmin's plan, except you don't quite understand what he's trying to achieve by messing with Echo's mind. A huge screen nearby flickers, and a figure donning a white robe slowly appears. Lisa, see, they're all here now. Come back to Utopia, Lisa. This is where you get to be with Lena, Cecily, Nata, and the rest of them. With a bit of a slouch, the man on the screen casts a loving smile this way with those faintly golden eyes of his. Mr. Kugar Kurono, please hurry up. Kugar Kurono. He's just a doctor who's still working for the Star of Life. This time his name coincidentally appeared on your inspection report. Kugawa Kurono! Ah, Commandant. I see you clicked, huh? Babylonia has been very protective of you, which is a real shame. I've seen your inspection report, and it was perfect. I mean, you'd have made a very excellent vessel. Better than any of the girls, perhaps. So you're the one behind all those missing people. Well, I'd say I only gave them what they wanted. Most of them came to me of their own volition. I only picked a few of them and brought them here as ingredients. Now, is that supposed to be condemnable? All I've done is give them a third choice other than life and death. And when all of this is over, all of us will live forever and ever in the actual utopia. Life stops for all of us here, so none of us will age or die, and all of us will possess power beyond our imagination, and that is really something beautiful if you just think about it. Well, it's about time. I must get the show on the road. And best of luck to you, Commandant, with trying to get out of here alive. With it, the tunnels in the flying fortress open as the brooms of engines fill the air. The fortress is taking off. This way. So interesting. He is indeed Kurono. Kugar Kurono then. And he's also Cinderella's father. As her mother was his wife. So stop being stubborn, Utopia is the best place to be. Long time no see, you improved a lot, Lisa. Aurora Bastion ready. Mind disruptor. Cecily, be careful. Okay, Squad 2, get transport vehicles ready for support. Getting more reinforcements. Ready? Here we go, Cecily. Ow, 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 ow. I have 8 right now. Cannons ready. Cecily. Oh. Okay. Part 2, speed up and climb. I love how more cinematic things are becoming. Absolute cinema. Nice. Beat down that dude, just barking orders. Like, dude was just standing there doing nothing, like, hey you, do this, hey you, do that. That was pretty funny. And then getting mad with not, being successful. Anyways, so he got his just desserts. Anyhow, and the fall is endless. It all seems like a broken pieces of a nightmare, showing every single moment that everyone has lived through, happy or sad. Searing flames lie at the bottom of the abyss, blurring even the clearest of eyes. She doesn't want the fall to stop, because she's already way too tired. This seems to be what the voices in her head are telling her. But there seems to be something she hasn't yet finished, a promise she has yet to fulfill. See more of this world for me, if you would. Let go and let me show you what the world has to offer. You're the one bearing their hopes, so you must press on. Who am I? Why do I have to do this? You're Lisa. You're the echo that makes us proud. All proud. Didn't you say you want to pursue your justice? Aren't you going to go out and check the ocean that little Liza once saw? Go, wake up now, and see this world for us. As though enshrouded by woolly clouds, her consciousness floats up and away from the nightmare and the searing flames. A sliver of light shines through as the cold breeze soothes her painful memories, and the boiling pain in her mind dies down. I am Elisa. I am Echo. Echo! Cecily! Next to her, the armor hums impatiently. Echo, get yourself together. By the time the two of you made your way into the flying fortress, Pikmin was long gone, leaving behind numerous mind disruptors as he did before, which once again took a toll on Echo's mind. After calling for help immediately, he performed emergency relief on Echo without cutting off the deep mind connection with her for quite some time before she finally woke up. My mind? It's not looking good at all. We took a quick look at your mind, but I couldn't really tell what happened in there because your frame model is not one of Babylonia's. All we can do is now report the situation to the Science Council and Star of Life and hope that they come up with a solution soon. Also, it's best if you stop fighting now. Your frame's a real mess. Some of your parts are suffering from lack of maintenance and overuse. See, this and this need to be swapped out, and... Are you from Babylonia? With it, Echo jumps off the bed and tries to get out through the window. Calm down. I did promise you that I would go back to Babylonia without you, but that's not happening now. I just received a notice. They revoked your West warrant for now. What? When help has arrived, you relocate the still unconscious Echo to a safe location. You're trying to come up with an explanation about Echo's situation when your terminal starts beeping. You revoked the warrants for Lena and the test subject? This is probably a signal interruption here, and I received the same message before I arrived here. Oh, there's probably a signal interruption. It's Asimov. Makes sense now. Did you come across anything new about this flying fortress? We can be sure about one thing now. Remember when I said I found Pikmin's handwriting familiar? You mean... Pikmin showed up trying to mess with Echo's mind. He's Kugara Kurono, the doctor we've seen before. Kugara Kurono? Lee looks at you with a frown. I looked into his background after that, but nothing got my eyes suspicious, and his track record at Babylonia is clean too. The only reason someone who would tell the world who they are when they've been trying so hard to stay on the low is he already achieved what he set out to do. What exactly is giving him the confidence, though? Could it be that his experiment turned out a success? Those Corona people have always been on their toes. We'd better stay put before gathering solid evidence. I second that. But let's try to reach out to Asimov first. He might have hidden some data on Babylonia. You need to let Asimov in on this and have him copy the data before Babylonia gets their hand on it. Copy that. I hope that Utopia holds the answers to everything. Okay. Delayed justice. Okay, bouncing tip toward one end when two sides don't hold equal weight. Parliament Hall. The hall turns into a sea of noise as the people inside are informed of the new proposition, one designed to reinforce the elimination of illegal labs and illicit experiments. Illegal experiments? Help us out in here and give us a clear definition. What are we supposed to make of the Cyberlife Life and Science Council if we regard in vivo testing as the definition of an illegal experiment? The question sets off another wave of commotion among the councilmen. We're talking about that corona test subject that we tried to get with an arrest warrant before, right? The higher-ups find it already. We haven't heard anything about that, but I can't be sure, but it seems like they've got their hands on something definitive given the way they're talking now. Guess I'll cut right to the chase since we're all on the same page here. Concerning certain illegal experiments conducted on Earth, we now have our hands on definitive evidence and are working on turning our findings into a report, which we will make public once completed. But you haven't even told us what constitutes an illegal experiment. The military only solved this issue they were having with heterohumanoids based on what they've learned from Project Winter, right? And the Science Council has been keeping its eye on Project Winter too, no? So are we going to classify the Science Council as an illegal experiment project now? That's something I need to own up to, and I'm not going to write that off as a necessary evil to cope with the emergency situation. But if this plan is based on vivo testing has been wrong right from the get-go, then it isn't a path we should continue down. These experiments will eventually throw a science moral conundrum in our face if we don't put a stop to them now. Before we are who we are as scientists and councilmen, that is, we are first and foremost human beings. And to keep a society sustainable and civilized, there have to be lines we can never cross. We need to stop in vivo testing to stop these experiments from running amok like a swamp spiraling out of control if we want a better tomorrow for ourselves. Or any of us here still hopeful for the false promises that this project claimed to hold. Is it immortality, or is it becoming an ascendant? Asimov lets out a sneer. Are you of the same opinion yourself, President Hassan? We just want to hear what everyone has to say about this. Truth be told, most of us probably have no clue about the specifics of Project Winter. We all know how we can benefit from it, but at what cost? Does any of us really know how many of our soldiers lost their lives to these experiments all these years when they didn't have to? For as long as this project has been in existence, no one has been able to come up with a comprehensive report that tells us exactly how many human and construct lives we lost. And that's why I'm in support of this proposition. And you, Commander Nicola, are you in support of this proposition too? I am against unnecessary sacrifices. It's true that we're living through a time in which sacrifices are notable, but every single one of our soldiers is important to us. Now, I'll have to admit, we all still stood to benefit from Project Winter, which in return took more from us than we'd had to gain from it. Well and complete, the statistics here show us how many constructs and task force squads have gone missing over the past few years when they didn't have to. The Parliament follows quiet as well as projects a report onto the overhead screen. We're only looking at the constructs and humans from Babylonia that have gone missing. Now if we include those from the conservation areas on Earth, the red bar zigzags upward, apparently trying its best to reach for Babylonia, afloat on the trails. And I'm sure you all know exactly what I meant when they said they didn't have to go missing. After all, I've seen them take my own students straight to hell. Did I have no idea what they were doing? I did, except I never stopped them because I'm a pathetic coward. And even at this very moment as we speak now in the comfort of this room, trying to decide if we should put a stop to these illegal labs. They may still be burnt alive. I'm in support of this proposition. Their sacrifices are meant to help us reclaim Earth and shall never be forgotten, but let's not even think about how much it takes to produce a construct, because before we get there we need to worry about how we're going to keep the task force loyal to us if we let those people continue with their research. If the word is out that Babylonia leaves these labs at large just so that we can get our hands on their research data and conclusion reports, just how many constructs do you think there would still be in Babylonia by the end of the day? What technological support is the Science Council bringing to the table instead if we're to do without all this special experiment data? Technological support? What exactly do you mean by that? Be it combating the punishing virus or anything else, the Science Council has always been at the forefront of scientific research, while you, sir, what exactly have you done for humanity and Earth over that cheap lip service of yours? The balance can tip toward one end when the two sides don't hold equal weight. In the Science Council. Mission has been assigned to Lucia. Got it, thanks. As soon as he's hung up, Asimov finds himself in deep in thought. Then, when he opens up another encrypted channel, he sees the face of the Grey Ribbon Commandant on the screen. Asimov? Department passed a proposition about eliminating all illegal labs and research projects. The voting gap wasn't big, but the balance did tilt toward our side. And with that, Babylonia's army will temporarily lift the arrest warrants that they previously put on Lena from Karibu and the Corona test subject. Going forward, they'll be searching for them without actually arresting them. I got that message too. Speedy, huh? And thank you for the thing you sent back here. Even if Corona could pin Project Winter on the Science Council and the military, they wouldn't have the nerves to have this part rationalized at the cost of turning all the constructs into defectors. But that doesn't mean they won't get desperate and do something crazy, so you'd better not let your guard down. If need be, you can take that construct with you and directly request support. Aston and Nicola might just know what we've been up to. They're making a statement by not getting in our way there. And we've made a new discovery here at Utopia. Found something new on Mind Fusion? No, but we know who this Dr. Pickman is actually now. He's Kugawa Kurono from the Star of Life. Looking quietly at the picture shown to him on his terminal, Asimov is in deep thought. It's him. It did cross my mind before when you were in lockup, but I couldn't confirm if I was right with my hunch because the Science Council and Star of Life were never that close. Kurono might have infiltrated deeper into Babylonia than we previously imagined. Asimov falls quiet again. Now that he's come clean with his identity, he must think that nothing can stop him anymore. My hunch is that it won't be long before the guy is done with his research, meaning you'll need a few extra hands to help you out there. After Asimov makes a few taps on his terminal, his frown eases a little. Lucia, it's good to head down to Earth. Thank you. I've asked to have Liv sent along with her as support. Babylonia has revoked the arrest warrants, but Corona is not going to stop. So you'll have to get back here with the data before the purifying force gets there. I'm sure Corona is going to destroy that laboratory base before anyone else gets there. And I've cracked the data you sent me yesterday. Lucia has the key and Lee will know what to do with it. There's nothing you need to worry about the Star of Life. I'll look into it with Hippocrates. Yep. Next. 15. Path of Judgment. This is a shackle she bears and a bloody sin she has yet to absolve herself of. This is their fight and a path down which they stand to be tried. They approved Lucia and Liv's support application, Commandant. Surprisingly fast this time. Desperate times calls for desperate measures. The military needs evidence to pin Corona down. Any news from them? Not at the moment. There are things that are better left out of open discussion, even at desperate times. Do we have Pickman's exact location now? Nothing more than an approximation. They are making finding him very difficult. It's a big area though, and even with 3 task force squads, it'll still take us quite some time to pinpoint his location. And chances are they'll probably have already destroyed the data we need by the time we find them. There should be another way to go about this. I'll keep narrowing down Utopia to an even smaller area before Lucia and Liv arrive. I hope we can still make it in time. Inside the conservation area. It's been a while since the girl last found herself unworried at a safe place. There's nothing to worry about and nothing to keep her guard up for. No need to fear seeing her face on a wanted list in the conservation area, nor does she have to watch her back for pursuers. Inside a tent, Echo opens a window, letting a ray of sunlight come through along the window lattice. Outside of the window, she catches the Grey Commandant in the middle of a conversation with the construct going by Lee. Hey, what are you doing down here when you're supposed to be lying in bed? Coming through the door is the support construct that attended to her just the other day. You really should be resting yourself now. Can't give you a full fix here because we don't have a whole lot of medical supplies at our disposal for constructs. Gently, the support construct escorts Echo back to her bed and checks the more severely damaged parts on her once more. On top of your mind, we're seeing moderate damage in your support circulation system, and you should get these parts changed too. The support construct lets out a sigh as she records the parts that need to be changed. Well, aren't you feeling any pain? Or is the pain signal malfunctioning? I did feel pain before, back when she was little and everyone still called her Lisa. Whenever she fell and cried out for her father would always stop whatever she was doing and put her on his lap to soothe her. When exactly was it, though, that she stopped feeling the pain? Was it when she bore witness to Cecily's chosen death? Was it when she found her father's notebook? Was it when she and Lena got separated? These pain her more than her physical wounds. But I guess I just got used to it. Gently, the support constructs let out a sigh. After writing a few more things in the notebook, she looks tenderly at Echo. Guess what? You're in luck. This isn't the first time Babylonia is bringing home a construct from another faction. Asimov knows what he's doing, and I'm sure he'll be able to give your mind a full fix. Asimov? He's currently in charge of Babylonia Science Council, and also its chief technician. He's done a lot of brilliant research, and I'm sure he can help you. He sounds amazing. Yep, so just chill and let Babylonia take care of everything now. And you really need to give yourself some rest here. Sleep kills your pain better than anything else. Support construct sits by Echo's bed, and it isn't until Echo's breathing slows down that she takes her leave quietly. When the door slowly clicks to a close, however, Echo opens her eyes silently. Babylonia doesn't sound too bad at all. But I'm afraid that's not where I should be going now. Echo removes her weapon from the wall and, planning to escape, tiptoes away across the floor toward the window. Before she even opens the window, however, she hears the same hum she's heard only too many times. Cecily, would you like to stay here? The armor hums quietly as it touches Echo's forehead. Babylonia should be a nice place, and that science council sounds pretty impressive too, if you stay. Alright, fine. Let's go then. There are things that we just have to do on our own. Still talking, the Grey Raven Commandant and the construct haven't noticed what's happening here. Without catching anyone's attention, Echo and Cecily sneaks out of the conservation area, the first place that's ever made Echo feel safe. Based on what she overhears from the conversation between the Grey Raven Commandant and the construct, Babylonia is apparently plotting an attack on Utopia, except they haven't yet pinpointed its location. Being the airborne camp it is, that comprises a few dozen flying fortresses, Utopia, if alerted, can easily slip into the non-traceable zone, making it close to impossible for anyone to ever find it again. Which is why Echo is starting to entertain the thought of turning himself into the torch that shines through the night, by putting a locator on herself. This is a shackle she bears, and a bloody sin she has yet to absolve herself of. This is their fight, and the path down which they stand to be tried. She doesn't know what the end of this path holds, but having come this far, Echo is now starting to have a grasp of what justice and order really mean. Because someone has taught her what justice is like, shown her path to freedom and led her out of the swamp that once trapped her. And she considers herself only too lucky for having such an experience. Let's get going, Cecily. On her terminal, she dials a number she knows only too well, but has never once actually dialed. Lisa, anything I can do for you? Need reports of another test subject sent your way, or... I want to go back to Utopia. I see you've come around. I always know my little Lisa best of all. Come back, Lisa. Come back to Utopia, where you'll be received with open arms. And become a real family with me. Seemingly preoccupied, Pikmin only sends Echo an address before hanging up. And back I will be, Father. Justice is bound to echo through the land. The storm might have invaded the skies, but the sun will shine on us again one day. I'll find you, I'll try you, and head straight for hell with you. The support construct that's been taking care of Echoes has worry written all over her face when you're done talking with Lee and casts a look at where Echo is supposed to be. I thought she was asleep. When did she even get up and get out of here? It's all my fault. I should have stayed around longer instead of... It's not your fault. Slip of paper on the table catches your attention. Please take good care of Cecily when I help you locate Utopia. Except you don't see the armor that Echo calls Cecily, whom Echo sees as her elder sister. There's just no way that an older sister would bear sitting around seeing her younger sister walk into a battlefield. How much longer will it take Lucia and Liv to get here? They'll be arriving in airdrop pods, but they'll need time to get ready first, so we're looking at 25 minutes. That's good enough. Get yourself ready, we're leaving. Utopia should have been on Earth at all to begin with, and you're going to put an end to it. Okay. 16. Reunion. Hey, it's the squad. In Utopia's lab, Pikmin looks happily at the sample before him. Test subject. Subpar and definitely nowhere closer to Lisa, but this makes a bare pass nonetheless, I suppose. Lisa is no doubt one tough act to follow. How's everything coming along with the mind fusion? Fusing selected minds, 23.45. 33. As the progress bar on the screen slowly fills the empty space, the construct in the vessel struggles violently in silence, which quickly comes to a stop. Slight reaction is detected. The majority of the minds have been fused successfully. Keep going. Yes, answers the researcher as his hand trembles. Right then, two members of the Aurora Squadron appear from the other side and open up the vessel to drag out the construct that looks long dead. Is it really right what we're doing, Dr. Pikmin? Of course. It's going to be a whole new world where everyone will stop aging, meaning that we won't be dealing with deaths or sadness. And that is the world where we'll be seeing one another and making contact with a greater power. But we don't have sufficient theories to. Son, here's something I want to share with you. Soft-spoken Pikmin doesn't seem offended by the researcher. See, I once did some research on Ascendants. One of the reasons the Ascendant Network chooses them is because their minds are stable enough. When you put together countless stable minds together, and have the most powerful consciousness lead the rest of them to make contact with the Ascension Network. Almost as though he could visualize the picture in his head, Pikmin breaks into a smile. Why exactly are we limiting human evolution to constructs? I see. Through the horrendous test subject, the researcher seems to see the cosmic tomorrow of the humans that Dr. Pikmin is speaking of. Keep going, we're running short on time here. You quickly assign work to the construct staying behind at the conservation area and notify nearby squads that offer support. When you finish all the preparations, you see Lee already in the vehicle waiting for you. All set, Commandant. Well, let's... Commandant! Lucia, live! I'm back, Commandant. Lucia Grey Raven, reporting for duty. Lucia salutes you ceremoniously. How are you feeling, Lucia? Never been better, Commandant. Please, rest assured. Lucia looks at you, her eyes brimming with the same loyalty and courage, as always. Okay, it sure has been a while, or... Here, ready to make some noise? As much as you all would like to take some time to catch up with them, the clock on your terminal seems to be telling you that time waits no one. Let's get going. Right. I'm at your disposal, Commandant. It's great that we're all together again. Not to mention that we'll all be arriving at the place as a team, rather than separately then. Out we go, Grey Ravens. Roger. Slee, Commandant, we got in. The enemies down there haven't noticed us. We could attack them off guard. Alright, as we discussed, I'll provide sniping support from a high ground. Liv has already come through another safe passage, so I'm going to meet her. I'll take care of the escaped enemies if there's gonna be a fight. Okay, that's the map. Internal cabin. Central lab area. Okay. Thrusters. There'll be a flying fortress. I scan this place to decipher the flying fortress operation data. We'll have to use their central control panel. Their central control deck is in the back. Alright, I can handle it myself, but I need the enemy's passcodes. Well, then there has to be a fight if we do that. We need at least 5 passcodes to open the gate. Patrol guards should have them. Be careful, Lucia. Yeah, you can count on me. Okay, got that. Verified. Let me see. XTY86. That's right. Damn, there's another firewall. Alarm won't stop. Base guards are approaching. Enemies on the second floor. We are surrounded. Let's split up. Prepare for a breakthrough. Operation data cracked. The flying fortresses on the outer circle slowly come to a stop, following the heavy roars of the machines and grinding gears, forming a weird shape around the central flying fortress. Cracked Utopia's central control system using the encryption key I got from Asimov and locked all the smaller flying fortresses around the central flying fortress. So that wherever we happen to be after breaking through our current location, we can make a beeline straight into Central. Let's keep heading toward the central flying fortress. Based on our current location, Echo appears to be in one of the smaller flying fortresses around here. You keep your fingers crossed, hoping to reach her in time. In one of Utopia's smaller flying fortresses. Keeping herself hidden in a dark corner, Echo gulps for air. Utopia is so big. Countless flying vessels gather and reassemble around Utopia. Echo has tried and tried again to brute force her way through, only to see more enemies behind the door every time she opens one. Ugh. The armor seems dejected as well. From behind Echo, she puts a hand gently on Echo's shoulder. Cecily, we aren't quite there yet. Echo knows she can't stop just yet, not when they are all in this together. I'm sure we'll get him somewhere, like how the sun always shows itself after the darkest hours. As Echo tries to figure out how to reserve her energy, the deck suddenly starts shaking. Commotion fills the air. The majority of the Aurora Squadron doesn't seem to know what just happened. It's them. Echo's eyes shine brightly. She knows that her trust has paid off in the best way possible. The Commandant has cracked the data Echo herself had trusted the Grey Raven Commandant with and controlled the smaller flying fortresses with the encryption key in it. About time. Do you need a few more minutes before we go, Cecily? The armor touches Echo's forehead gently, as if talking to her in silence. Well, let's get going then. She's thoroughly exhausted, but her eyes are glimmering with light redolent of the stars in the galaxy. Pikmin squints his eyes in appreciation of the test subject in front of him, while the researcher beside him wastes no time recording what's happening. Mind Fusion 5624, 67. As the red progress bar slowly fills the grey space, the construct in the vessel falls quite quiet after a violent struggle. Rejection reaction detected, remaining consciousness about 62.15. That's good enough. How many samples do we have left? 3. That won't do. We're still missing the most important one. A leader. At best, the end product could be nothing more than a huge and orderly mess without a leader to hold the consciousnesses together. It's only when there's a leader, that one that is stable and firm in itself, leading them, that they come to make contact with that greater power. What a shame. He shakes his head as he casts a look at the screen next to him, which is now showing Echo fighting alongside the armor. Lisa and Cecily, either one of you has what it takes to put this experiment to a perfect end. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. Pikmin breaks into a smile. Never thought I'd ever need to use Plan B, but... Slowly, Pikmin removes his gloves. Okay, 17. King of Nutshell. Conference room, Babylonia. Sitting in the corner, Wells keeps his gaze on the Silver Falcon badge in his hand. Grey Ravens are now around the coordinates provided by the Coronal test subject and have discovered the target flying fortress. A team of task force has been ordered to head down with support. Won't be long before Dark Ares arrives as well. Say, what's on your mind, Wells? You've been quiet for far too long. My apologies. We've had all the information compiled of Aurora Squadron's main forces in the Central Flying Fortress. But it's going to take us a while to break through the line of defense formed by all the smaller fortresses surrounding it. That construct by the name Echo, who's also the Coronal test subject, has made her way into one of the flying fortresses. We've constantly seen small flying vessels fall, and our guess is that it's the doing of said construct. We need to be fast and get our hands on the data before they destroy. Corona is aware of what's happening and has had a few private squads sent over with whatever excuses they can come up with, while having no time to cover up their action. Speedy as always, huh? We have the upper hand because we made the first move. This time, our teams on Earth hit them where they were least expecting a hit. But Corona, Wells clenches his fist around the Silver Falcon badge, feeling a twinge of pain as the badge's pointed end stabs into his palm. Calm down. All of this will come to an end sooner or later. In the extravagantly furnished office, Collins opens his mouth to speak while absent-mindedly going through the reports in hand, all while not even looking up. We sure never imagined things to go this far. Say, Is this what you had in mind? Well, never quite saw this coming, but we always play it by ear, right? Norman seems to be reading the same reports. Well, true, but that's not without its risks. Which is why I think I'll try to get Trojan back home soon before we find ourselves trapped in the swamp. How's everything looking on your end, Collins? Mediocre, but that's not something to ruffle our feathers. The best always comes last. The terminal sitting on Collins' table beeps a few times as the 2 encrypted files arrive. See? Speak of the devil right there. Got one for you too. That's great, and let's hope that is good enough to finally make those geezers back home jump their feet and do something. Having gotten what he wanted, Norman cuts the line. Collins, however, takes no offense. He looks out the window, past which he seems able to see through space and see Earth beyond. Gotta say, it's a shame that I didn't get to be part of this cosmic act. In Utopia's control room. Standing upright in the middle of the control room, a test subject has numerous wires connected to their body, machinery around them, humming away. Pikmin removes his gloves and fine-tunes one of the machines. Mind fusion, 100%. Projection reaction detected. Remaining consciousness, about 71.03%. Dr. Pikmin, are you really sure about this? Of course. His tone is gentle but firm. This is going to be my greatest experiment yet, so it makes perfect sense that I validate it myself. You only get a fusion of mind so perfect and vast when the samples have lived by the same rules. And all the time and effort going into building this utopia is finally paying off. We're only one step away now from finishing my greatest experiment yet. Pikmin keeps his gaze on his test subject, captivated and mesmerized. But the follow-up, I'll leave it to you, son. You already know exactly what you need to do, don't you? But Pikmin lets out a quiet shush to stop the researcher from saying another word. You know exactly what that place is like? What that place is like that we all find ourselves at, right? You and I and every single life there is will see one another there again. Now, let's get started. Of course, Dr. Pikmin. Teacher. Pikmin seems a little taken aback hearing the researcher call him this. Looking at the researcher, he goes way back with Pikmin himself as his student. Pikmin breaks into a faint smile. Let's do it. He walks into the vessel. Infinite power. Ow. Come, Melissa, with me. You can't beat us. Come out, everyone. Follow me into the real utopia. Ow. Okay, next. 18. And then just a hidden chapter, I guess, is after. Embracing Death.
アリサは私が背負う過去。でも今はエコーよ。決意の刃で暗闇を切り裂く。偽りを破壊。偽りを破壊。
Ow. Ow.
エコー消えません。秩序再建。無知の幕を下ろせ。崩壊した大地。決意の刃で暗闇を切り裂く。エコー消えません。秩序再建。
That was a bit rough. The bloody fog in the skies has cleared away to reveal the pale clouds behind. Collapsing on the ground, the horrendous test subject seems one last coup de grace away from his demise. Her frame broken and her fingers shaking, Echo struggles to her feet, puts an arm on her bow, and aims it straight at the test subject. Father, for the longest time I wanted to believe that you chose this path because you were misled. Never did it once cross my mind that this whole thing had been wrong from the very start. Elisa. The space around the test subject vibrates violently as it appears on the verge of a breakdown, apparently experiencing a mind turmoil. This is the way this world is, and there is no way you're changing this world on your own. The only thing you can change is yourself. Survival of the fittest always holds true, which is why the path we've chosen is the right one. You're right, this is the way this world is. But I've always believed that I have these people by my side, who are trying to make their way through the darkness with me. They guide me toward the right path and light in the darkness. They guide me toward the right path and light the darkness. They've been with me all along, and they'll always be with me going forward. There's nothing you need to fear as long as you let nothing change you. Let's go. You're the one bearing their hopes, so you must press on. Justice is bound to echo through the land. Darkness might have already devoured this world, but there will eventually come a day when the light of the sun shines through. From behind, Echo the armor puts a hand gently on her shoulder. Farewell, father. Man it, watch out! Following ear-splitting blow-ups, the flying fortress's deck shakes violently. When a piece of metal flying your way is only meters away from crushing you, Lucia comes to your rescue and blocks it out. Over there. Looking into the distance, you see that Utopia's central flying fortress has grown distorted in your sight with heat waves. Echo seems like she managed to pull it off. More explosions ensue. The central flying fortress seems severely damaged from the inside. This place is blowing up soon too. Hurry up and come this way. After wiping out the few Aurora Squadron soldiers still resisting, Liv wastes no time figuring out the fastest retreat route. Are we able to get a hold of Echo? We're experiencing heavy signal interruption here because of the explosions, and we probably won't be getting any signal around here for quite a while. This way. With its central flying fortress collapsing, Utopia seems to have hit the start button of a domino effect, sending its smaller flying fortresses into downward spirals one after another. The smoke and gunshots blend into the most bizarre symphony, while the deck behind you lets out cries hinging at a horrendous tilt. We're breaking through forward and jumping off the deck. Let's get our short distance jetpacks ready for deployment. You're safe with us, Commandant. Fear not, Commandant. I don't. It's been a while since we last fought together like this. Yeah, it's been a while. Watch out. Get ready. Jump. Behind you is a bizarre mess of flying fortresses threatening to fall at any moment, while up ahead you're looking at a burning land. Even with all odds against you, however, you don't seem to feel one bit of fear. Lucia holds a protective belt on your suit with all her might while Lee and Liv deploy their short-distance jetpacks nearby. Seeing pieces of metal that used to be Utopia pierce the sky and leave blood-red parabolas, you find it hard to believe that such a behemoth met its bitter end just like that. This marks the end of a giant. Landon, are you okay? I'm okay. You're almost unscathed under the Grey Raven's protection. We haven't even seen the actual war yet. Echo has chosen to face it, the war that's hers only to fight, all by herself. Collapsing and aflame, the behemoth that's Utopia is falling apart in the air. The horrendous test subject takes not another breath. Her frame severely damaged and her mind unstable, Echo lies on the slanted decks and flicks the string of her bow powerlessly. Cecily, Lena, I've already come so far and I just hope that I didn't let you down. Not yet. In a daze, Echo sees the valiant female construct that she's seen before. But you've already worked so hard. Let me give you a hand now. Lena. The name is stuck in her body, unable to make it past her vocal module. Or module, probably, is what it was intended there. Before she knows it, her body begins moving on its own as the armor gets to her feet and supports her other arm. Don't give in here, Lisa. Leave this place. This place has always been a mistake. Go and pursue freedom. Feeling as though her mind is shrouded by lukewarm spring water, Echo falls deeply asleep, the same kind she once experienced. You're on your own going forward, Elisa. You need to be strong enough. Lena, it was you before too. Tears trickling down her face, Echo has apparently realized something. When she sets her foot once more on the hard ground, the same figure is no longer there anymore in the mind. Gently, the armor stands next to Echo and supports her by her arm with a firm hold. Still not getting through. Lee shakes his head. Signal jammers were likely installed on the flying fortresses, and the recent explosions have disrupted the reception in this area. Help is on the way. You can't hear the rest of what Lee has to say, as a heavy humming noise makes its way into your brain through your ears, like the piercing noise of a drill. Ugh. Following the noise is non-stop explosions, sending the gigantic flying fortress into a slow downward spiral amidst a cascade of firelight and smoke. Damn it, Echo. You can't go there, Commandant. Things are falling and you're going to get yourself killed. Where is the rescue team? 1.3 kilometers out. We'll be here in about 5 minutes. Get ready, we're moving in for the rescue. Cough, cough. A weak voice comes through the fog shrouding the wilderness. As the smoke from the explosion slowly lifts, a few blinding shafts of light come pouring through the crack in the parted grey clouds. Commandant? A legless armor can be seen supporting the frail girl, and shards and sparks raining down from the sky. She looks worn and drained, but casts you a smile in the morning sun, like a triumphant soldier coming home. Echo! I apologize for leaving without informing you. It was very rude of me. And I want to express my gratitude to all of you. There is no way I could have made it into Utopia Central Flying Fortress on my own. As Echo keeps talking, Liv goes ahead and starts running a quick check on her. There's something I need to tell all of you, while I still can. Pikmin is dead. He injected his consciousness into a new test subject and made contact with the corrupted. He seemed certain that his experiment was going to be successful, but the still falling Utopia has explained everything unspoken. It's all over. I was going to leave this memory chip behind, never thought I would make it out of Utopia alive, but Lena and Cicely brought me out. Lena? Yes, she's always been there. And Cicely is severely damaged, I can feel it. Her mind is in chaos now, and I was hoping... Don't worry, Babylonia will do its best to help both of you. The memory chip in her hand alone already warrants a full fix of their frames. With everything Lee has brought out of the other flying fortresses, Asimov should have no trouble recovering all the data from this experiment. You have 1,000 burning questions for Echo, except she's already fast asleep from exhaustion. However, things will only get better from now on, right? Dark as the skies might be, the sun will eventually shine through. No matter what happens, everything comes to an end, one day or another. Now the question is, do we start from 19 or do we go here? Curious about this. We'll start this first and then do 19 after. Way out the lab. Have the painting being winner here. There's a conflict in the mind. is the truth of the mind fusion experiment. Sleep. It'll be morning before when you wake up again. It's you. Hey lady, we're looking for minor in jail. Have you seen them? Aye. No, then let's have a look over there, uncle. Rest. I'll know everything now. I will destroy this place. So I guess this was supposed to be done before 18. Oh, whatever. It's the bark with an ID card. Why is it here? Okay. Utopia supplementary lab protocols running around the labs, hiding personal belongings strictly prohibited. Experiment records are confidential. Lab data materials are the property of Dr. Hickman. All over, Echo. No, I'll remember this forever. All this bloody sin. Elevator is accessible. Which memory will it lead me to now? Okay, routine check is done. Among these 6 samples are qualified into the next round. I have a higher fusion rate. Professor thinks it's due to physical fitness, but I don't think so. After inquiring about these children, I found they all grew up in the same orphanage and received the same education. Okay, yep, that's what we saw before. Okay, yep, the burn thing. Did I burn it? Okay, it's time to leave, Echo. Okay, 21. Okay. Crimson is a frozen land through which cracks run, swarming up this way through the mud as they let out beast-like howls, seemingly endless, corrupted. She lies on the ground, surrounded by broken limbs. She is unable to think, her mind filled with vital fluid that now reeks of grass. Please help. She presses a hidden button on the back of her badge. With what little energy she has left, the badge starts blinking red, showing that a connection has been established. The construct lies helplessly in the war-ravaged wilderness, her body all completely destroyed. This is, I guess, from when she escaped. After God only knows how long, the cleanup construct arrives. Oh boy. Half-heartedly, the construct goes through the broken construct limbs on the ground, apparently trying to find something. And there. Pushes away a few powerless robotic fingers and in a swift motion pulls out the metal name tag. That's a Silver Falcon. Babylonia, registered as dead. We're still alive. Zika, Silver Falcon. Also dead. Okay, registered as dead. Poor thing. Construct steps on Silver Falcon badge, still blinking red. After which he casts a barely noticeable look at the construct on the ground as though certain that she's still conscious. Incomprehensible and hoarse, her beg for help. Her begging for help makes its way out of her broken vocal system, but falls on deaf ears and quickly bleeds into the wind. That was only 12 hours before. Cecily, check this out. The female construct waves a book at Cecily. Took me a while to find the paperback of this book. I heard they produced this gem in limited quantity back in the Golden Age. Zika, are you sure it's not because no one really bought it? I mean, I can't really imagine poetry collection of the Golden Age being a bestseller. Hey! Alright, stop fighting. Did anyone see Commandant? The gentle smile of the purple-headed construct breaks the combative teammates apart. In the lounge, got a new mission apparently. And you're also wanted on the mission too. When you just got back from a support mission. Feel like the Department of Labor is going to start breathing down our neck if you work another day. I'm totally okay. I volunteered for myself for support. For a support mission, hoping to lend people a hand. And the conservation area they're headed to is part of the reason I volunteered myself too. Hey, you sure are pulling out all the steps, looking out for those kids you saved. You've been swinging by whenever you could, and you'd even give them your share of supplies. They're just kids after all, so I thought I'd drop by every so often to make sure no one's bullying them. There, has Commandant set out the mission briefing yet? Let's see, you're to eliminate corrupted and hetero creatures in Conservation Area 112 and protect its residents. Why is there hetero creatures? This is assuming... I don't know, it's weird how they put that in here with the timeline and stuff, but... Cecily met... Elisa when she was, like, very young. And hetero creatures didn't exist until, like, the 1 to 2 to 3 years that this story has been going on. Unless somehow they plan to... Unless somehow they figured that this length of this story so far has actually gone on for, like, upwards of, like, 12 years now, or something, I don't know. A protection mission, huh? Hey, stop showing that, oh, it's so easy, face, just because it's a protection mission. Everything we do now, we're doing it for the future of Earth, and every fight we've been through builds us up and readies for the war, and readies us for the war that will eventually come. Gonna get myself ready now. You coming with me, Cecily? I'm going to have a quick chat with General Wells, catching a bit at the lounge. Conference room. Wells is sitting at the conference table, going through reports after a meeting when he hears the knocks on the door. He speaks without looking up. Come in. General Wells? It's been a while, Cecily. Is everything okay with my proposal? Still under review. The best that Babylonia can do for the kids at the moment is take care of them and collectively in the conservation areas. Babylonia can only consider taking them in if they're exceptionally excellent or if their parents have made exceptional contributions. And that's how we're going to go about it, even though we know it's not fair to the kids. Yes, that's exactly how we're going to go about it, even when we know it's not fair to the kids. Things aren't so black and white, Cecily, and I'm a little surprised I have to point that out to you. Justice will eventually prevail and righteousness will find its way back to people. I remember this is what you once told me. Babylonia can't just take everybody in, you know. As well as he shakes his head. When it comes to Babylonia, there are certain things in which not even Wells himself nor Hassan gets a say. Apologies for getting ahead of myself. I know you're just trying to be fair with every child, Cecily, and I understand that every child represents hope leading to the future. But there isn't only so much we can do for them now. Cecily has been Wells' best student, but she seems in constant pursuit of perfection, to the point of being stubborn. And while there's nothing wrong with that, it just doesn't seem like a luxury their current situation allows. By the way, we're assigned to a new surface mission and may need to leave right away. A new surface mission? And it didn't come through me first. Wells makes barely a noticeable frown. It's a corrupted attack. I guess they didn't have time to run it by you. Anyhow, I'm working on improving the proposal from before while I'm away. Cecily's terminal beats impatiently. Well, I've got to go now. Guess I'll see you around then, instructor. The door closes with a heavy thud. No, don't. Don't go. Okay. Cicely jolts awake, her forehead wet with condensated liquid. Cicely? How are you feeling? I'm okay, just had a nightmare. Moments like this teach us to remain calm on the inside and be at peace. Nata is trying to cheer Cicely up with the world's last copy of poetry collection of the Golden Age. You're probably the only person around who actually buys into this stuff. Well, this is just... You aren't gonna save food for the soul, are you? Come on, I'm still feeling full from breakfast here. Chill, Zika. Nata is just trying to cheer me up. Facing the person monitoring her and the blinking camera behind her, with her back, Cicely starts communicating with Zika and Nata using their secret sign language. Where is Commandant? In the West Wing. There are pipes to escape with. You sure we can trust the informant? Yes, I double-checked with Elisa. Lisa is a good kid. She's been leading the life of just and righteous person. Elisa is a good kid. She's been leading the life of a just and righteous person, following all the ridiculous rules of this place. It's a real shame that she was born into a place like this. That's why they've made up their mind that if they knew how to leave this place, they'd take her with them too. Nata? Weapons ready. Nata's probably the only person in this world who can put together usable weapons in a place like this. Cecily gently clasps the broken silver falcon badge in her palm as she tries to formulate her next step. No, don't go. We do as planned. Move tonight. No, you can't. Zika and Nata look her way with barely a noticeable nod. She just might have a chance to get a hold of Wells if she can leave this flying fortress. Okay, Elisa. Cecily? Cecily, are you okay? Beads of condensate liquid from her forehead make their way into the strands of the beads of condensate liquid from her forehead make their way into the strands of hair by her ears, redolence of snakes slithering into her mind. I'm okay, nothing but a nightmare. So what's up, Elisa? As that one line of words that she used to believe with all her heart replays in her mind, cold condensate liquid oozes out of her artificial skin. Father said he couldn't go to class with me tonight because he was busy. Do you have time, Cecily? Of course I do, Elisa. She strokes Elisa's forehead lovingly as Elisa looks back this way, her eyes filled with trust, all the while unaware of the emotional turmoil Cecily is going through. Elisa is a good kid, the one and only flower to have grown out of Utopia's rotten soil. Their first runaway attempt came to naught. The ventilation pipes failed them, catching Aurora's squad's attention and causing them to activate their mind disruptors immediately. Seems like you're going to make a fine addition to the first batch of Utopians. The machine beeps coldly as the liquid is released into the vessel. Ah, such wonderful data. Babylon sure built you well. She's never seen Arabella or Zika again. Seems like we have a guest. Let's go there. Looking through the side door, she catches Pikmin in a conversation with someone. Don't think they have anything you need anymore, do they? Time for you to pay up. I'm putting myself at grave risk here fabricating these records, so I'll need you to give me my money now so I can run for it. Lots of the Falcon. Okay, yeah, the construct that falsified their deaths. No. Cecily? No way. Finish up this mission and come to me first. Okay. All set. Can't let Zika and Arabella. Broken beyond recognition, the Silver Falcon badge has been left to rot on the snowfield. Afloat in the vessel, Nata is drained of life. The armor in front of her turns around slowly. They'll see one another in there. At Utopia, where there is no pain, where eternity prevails. Nata was the price they had to pay for their failed run attempt this time. They acquired the password to open the door that would set them free, and they even felt gusts of wind all around them. But their hard work all came to no avail. Cicely? It's Cicely just now, that with the other three gone, the only Silver Falcon alive is Cicely herself. Yeah, I'm okay, nothing but a nightmare. That's it, it's all gotta be just a nightmare. Pains her to think about that time when no one responded to her call for help after she came across an unusually large group of corrupted. It pains her to think about that time when no one answered her after she pressed the emergency contact button on her badge. And it pains her to think about that time when her whereabouts became an open secret during her escape attempt. If entering this place means she can go back in time, if entering this place means she can meet them again. If entering this place, beyond the skylight, the hazy skies are heavy with pent-up ash-grey clouds, and before she knows it, drenching rain starts coming down fast and hard on the windows. She can't remember having ever seen the sky since she came to Utopia. Does she hold a grudge in her heart? It appears so at times, but then there also seems to be none at all. All her pent-up frustration from being betrayed and failing to escape seems to have vanished bit by bit as time goes by. So let it all come to an end here. This, she figures, is probably for the best. So long, Silver Falcon. Please forgive her for running away. Sorry, Lisa. Please forgive me. I know I shouldn't be asking for this after leaving you there on your own, but... sun never comes out. See more of this world for me, if you would. Okay, and that's that. Now, 2519. Everglowing Justice. Project Cathella has been proven fallacious and unviable. Some planned objectives indeed are achievable, but finding results of mine not obtained from the project. But research findings of mine are the most important for experiment, results that can be attained from the project. I shall continue probing into the vast territory of mine, from which we still have a great deal to learn, and the world shall one day see what my endeavor has to show for. The data from the past is all but meaningless. They are no better than worker bees and queens, which made them a loose bunch. It's impossible for one to make contact with the Ascension Network through Cathella and her child alone to become an ascendant and even greater being. The initial experiment had already proved my theory correct. I'll come up with a perfect experiment venue, and all lives shall continue in the new forge. So, this is where Kugawa Kurono's plan began. Inject a sufficient number of consciousnesses into one single mind, having a strong enough vessel to hold them all, to ultimately make contact with the Ascension Network. He received a grant that allowed him to turn his plan into action, which led to the establishment of Utopia, as he realized that when constructs live by morally consistent standards aligned with human requirements, rejection rate during mind fusion would decrease. I have my hands on the other reports too, except for the ones to be made public. I'll be dealing with them in the same old way. By the way, how's the Corona test subject doing? She piques my interest, and that bioweapon armor. I'll take her back to Babylonia for a break when we're done. And you think Corona's going to be cool with Babylonia keeping her here? Well, keeping her. They already had their plates too full to think about that. The task force squads that arrived have all but completely wiped out the Aurora Squadron, missing only a handful of those who ran for dear life. Led by Asarius, the purifying force was around the area and had a mission suspension notification sent to their terminals right when things were about to get rough between them and Grey Raven. Echo's now in the open, where Babylonia can see her clearly. Trying to lay another finger on her wouldn't do Corona any good. Those used to the dark will never want to expose themselves to the light. I'll bring you back some other data left by Cicely and Nana. Sure. Asimov nods at you and ends the conversation. After ending his conversation with Gain, Asimov returns his gaze to the dark blue behemoth that's Gestalt. There has to be something he's not privy to. Theoretically, Gestalt should have a complete record of all the materials that the Science Council has had since the Golden Age. As far as he knows, the Science Council in the Golden Age is where the technology that has brought about the mind found its roots. And if he can manage to get his hands on the original documents and personal logs from there, and personnel logs from back then, he just might be able to envision a clearer picture. But apparently, a line of words show up on the screen that reads, "This record was lost during the Acadia evacuation and cannot be found." Asimov lets out a sigh as he downs in one go the cold coffee on the table. The Acadia evacuation wiped out over 90% of the meeting records and personnel logs that belonged to the Science Council from the Golden Age. Of the sea of irrelevant reports, records, case files, and dossiers, there was only one pertaining to a redesignation. Effective today, Dr. Blank has been recalled from Kowloon to supervise the Science Council Section 3. That's what's her name, I guess. That was in Hunning's chapter. Having nothing but this one line, this document appears to be a normal redesignation notice of an employee. And having gone through the sea of files and whatnot, Asimov has come across nothing other than this one document. Currently, however, Gestalt holds no records of the Science Council Section 3 mentioned in the document. Didn't turn anything else up. This coincidence seems a bit too convenient. It's almost claiming itself to be a trap out loud. And that's probably what it is, a trap hidden within a time of prosperity Asimov never had the privilege to experience himself. A blinking red light in the bottom right corner of his screen cuts his train of thoughts short. Another attempt at a legal connection. We sure are getting more of these lately. A self-replicating sequence. Seems like they know what they're doing. Asimov has seen his fair share of these petty cyber attacks, and these attacks are far from breaching Gestalt's firewall. But a thought pervades his mind when he casts another look over the one-line redesignation notice on the screen. Called from Kowloon, and the last time Gestalt was under attack was... Asimov remembers what happens on that day every bit as clearly as though it took place yesterday. Washu. Quietly, Gestalt is giving off the same dark blue light. Facing the behemoth, Asimov's slender figure seems almost insignificant. There has to be something he's not privy to. And given more time, Asimov is sure he can dig the one and only viable solution out of the sea of data. The bad news, however, is that time is against him. Time flies by quietly as all of you clean up after Aurora Squadron. In the afternoon, a notification pops up on your terminal toward the end of the cleanup. Echo? Land, having been engulfed by an inferno just a week prior, is once again furnished with green grass. There are traces here and there suggesting that there has been a fight, but not one so much so that they overshadow the lively greenery spreading as far out as one can possibly see. And these are the wonders of the land. Scarred and marred as it might be, all that it takes for life to return is no more than a bit of sunlight and morning dews. Mandan? Echo, what are you? Echo seems to have decorated her frame, her white hemline wavy with a breeze. I found some bodies of those who lost their lives during the cleanup, and this is where I buried them. Cecily and I made the tombstone for them and wrote a little something on it, and I was wondering if you... Echo says no more. Stand next to Echo. With flowers in her hand, Echo keeps her gaze quietly at the small tombstone. As though suddenly recalling something, she produces a nameplate out of her pocket ceremoniously. This is Lena's name tag. I hate to admit this, but she's now part of Cecily's mind. When I was in Utopia's Central Flying Fortress, I found her. She bites her lips and stops speaking. She has taught me so many things and saved me so many times, which is why I had such a difficult time accepting that she was gone. Commandant, could you give this name tag to Sika for me? Sika? I forgot what happened when I fell deep asleep because my mind had come under attack, and I thought it happened because my frame wasn't working properly. After I made it out of Utopia, I realized it might be Lena who helped me get through the final stretch out of Utopia. He helped me get out of Utopia. Twice. Elisa, can you hear me? Someone broke the Utopia's external defense, and it's a real mess around the lab now. Listen to me, Elisa. You don't have much time. You need to get the armor with you and get out of here following the path we discussed before. Me? Forget about me. No locomotion, the researchers who have been evacuated out of the lab are making their way back into the lab, where the lights on the experiment equipment are blinking coldly. Don't look back, keep running. I'll find my way out. You have to get away from here. You have to get away. Lena cuts the line right away, wiping off the chat history when a sound comes from outside the lab. Whew, thank God it wasn't anything serious. What are you looking at? Put her into the vessel already. The Royal Squadron soldiers rope Lena up and put her into the vessel. This is as far as she goes, Lena figures, but there is also nothing to be scared of anymore. Because the spark of hope she let out of here is more than enough to start a fire that she knows will eventually cleanse the swamp of sins. Infusion experiment number 246, starting now. Is the vessel going to accept an ingredient when it's never spent a day with them? Screw it, Dr. Pippin, it's never wrong. He presses the button. You have to get away. Her head drooping, the ingredient in the vessel falls completely quiet. I think Sika was actually trying to find Lena, but Lena isn't coming back. And I just don't know how to break it to her, that person she's been looking for. I can only imagine how sad Sika and the rest of them must be, but I don't know what else to do other than asking them to keep this name tag. Can't really recall what happened back then, but I believe that there will eventually come a day when Sika becomes a commandant so great that Lena would smile at her in approval. So, I'll make sure she gets this. The grass is shining green in the sun while the skies are thick with layers of clouds. None of this feels real to me. Sometimes I can't help but wonder if this is all just a dream, that I would still be in Utopia, and be the same helpless girl watching Cecily and Lena throwing themselves into the abyss when I wake up. A dream or not, you have what it takes to fight all that now. Darkness never makes a sound when stretching on, and the people never clearly remember how they survived their nightmares. The sunlight of the daybreak even makes them wonder if the nightmare is truly behind them already, or if they're about to live through yet another round. But every single second spent living through it makes one that much wiser and puts them one step closer to hope and possibility. Just keep pressing on. Just keep pressing on, says Echo, her head drooping. Then suddenly she turns around and breaks into a bright smile at you. Right, I'll just keep pressing on. There's nothing I need to fear as long as I let nothing change me, because justice is bound to echo throughout the land. I'll become the echo of justice. I'll be the song that they sing in this world for generations to come. Gone is the illusory utopia, but the echo of justice is here to stay. The lies have been given birth to a judge of truth, who have walked down the thorny path, has tried the perfidious deity with her own blood for all the lies he had spun. Having come so far under the weight of all the souls and shackles she bears and an eternally tormenting mind, she has found her goal and will dedicate the rest of her life to achieving it. Noticing the words that have just come out of her mouth, Echo blushes in embarrassment. That all sounds a little ridiculous, doesn't it? No, it sounds like a great dream to pursue. This is Echo at her purest, intrepid yet somewhat timid, without her facade of a warrior. What are you going to do after this? I said I would go back to Babylonia with you, and I'm not going back on my word. And what's going to happen after the break on Babylonia? Break? Isn't Babylonia going to run some sort of experiment on me and Cecily? You're an individual, also one of Utopia's victims. Babylonia was indeed going to put Echo and Cecily through experiments, but after negotiation with you, they left it up to Echo to make her own decision. I see. Well, I think I'll keep tracking Aurora Squadron. Aurora Squadron? Utopia's influence went far and beyond. When I was cleaning up the war zone, I came across evidence suggesting there were several flying fortresses out there that hadn't been destroyed. I want to stay on Earth to get rid of them all, to prevent another Utopia from emerging. I see. Is that Okay. I'll have a talk with the higher-ups at Babylonia. Echo probably won't receive full autonomy, but seeing as Babylonia doesn't have the manpower to send off to track these minions of Coronos, you can't imagine Babylonia saying no to the deal. Thank you so much. Echo does her rather complicated salute at you in an earnest manner. World Government's Rule of Etiquette, 3rd edition. Of course, this is a standard etiquette according to the World Government. Don't they do this at Babylonia anymore? Fortunately, not really. No way! Sonna! Echo lowers her head in embarrassment. When are you headed back to Babylonia? I'm slated to leave tonight. With your team? They're coming home tomorrow when they're done with cleanup. I'm just going back early to get started with the paperwork. And you? I'll head for Babylonia once I'm done with my missions here. Alright, see you around then. Echo smiles and nods. Long afterward, the Graven Commandant would still recall this fateful day every now and then. Upon entering the transport craft past midnight, you immediately notice a wariness etched on the faces of those around you. After you sit down by a window, Lucia smiles at you on your terminal and as she says, "It's April Fool's Day, but we get you this year, Commandant." And the answer you offer is, "It would be great if you guys can come back home soon." Are you going back on your own or all the long faces that fills the transport craft? Nothing seems out of the ordinary. And it is when the plane's engine is gunned and the aircraft thrust through the clouds that what Asimov once said hits you. But that doesn't mean they won't get desperate and do something crazy, so you'd better not let your guard down. That moment you remember receiving a mail not long ago from one certain happy-go-lucky girl with her prediction of your future. There's just one thing you have to keep in mind: stay on your toes when you're on your own this year. I wonder why Nanami's mail suddenly pops into your mind. And that's when you become aware of the gas quickly filling the aircraft, one effective only to humans. Babylonia. That's about it, and we've got bad news too. Bad news? The people on the surface managed to acquire the data we presented at a previous meeting. What's more, they even have access to information that we ourselves aren't aware of yet. We've so far seen protests and armed conflicts across a handful of conservation areas and bases, and our informants even reported seeing the Forsaken in those protests and conflicts. That doesn't sound like something Watanabe would do. He's been quiet for 3 days now, so I have good reason to believe that they've got something going on externally themselves. Do these two things have anything to do with each other? I mean, to me, it seems like someone took advantage of the flow. What are you going to do about this? Containment. We need to keep things from spinning out of control. When Hassan looks out the window, you can see all the red shards and fragments blinking back at him from beyond the atmosphere of the blue planet. It's a belt of waste comprising broken pieces of battleships and dormant missiles, as much as it is humanity's crushed pride. We can't afford another round of chaos on a global scale, after the failure of the Arcadia evacuation. The terminal on the table lets out rings of emergency. Hassan is about to ignore it, but decides to take the call, albeit reluctantly after seeing the name of the person calling. What? Kane's flight back home crashed? Yes, the remaining Grey Ravens are still on Earth for cleanup. Kane was coming back to Babylonia early and taking a homebound transport craft, and good news is that they didn't find Kane's body in the crashed plane. Bad news, though, is that the craft crashed right into a river contaminated by the red tide. There's still hope. There's help on the way. We already put all the task force members around the area on it. We looked into the aircraft too and found nothing out of the ordinary. It's been taken in for maintenance right before it was flown out for the mission. Beyond the window, the hazy skies are heavy with ash-gray clouds. Put the guards from the conservation areas nearby on it too, and make sure you check through the backgrounds of the aircrew. We have to find Kane. Along the banks of a red tide, Earth. Take this person here. You people are more knowledgeable about dealing with the initial process. Alright. The old man nods reluctantly and he takes the unconscious person to his transport vehicle. How long is it going to take you to get ready? It's only a matter of time before Babylonia starts coming after me. Don't sweat it. I'll have no one. Keep them busy to buy you some time. The old man's hand trembles at the mention of the name. Are you feeling okay? Never thought I'd ever pay you a visit, father. But don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you since you're the last father alive. I just had no one to turn to but you because they agreed to do this out of the blue and I didn't have anyone to help me with this. Think I'd appreciate it if you could stop calling me that. I take it that you don't like being called that now? That's already a thing of the past. Thing of the past, huh? The purple-haired descendant laughs in self-derision. Very well, guess I'll let you handle things from here now. Guess I'll let you handle things from here for now, then, Mr. Beth. Interesting. And that's that. Overall, really good story. A lot better than I was expecting. And now, we are caught up. Also, daily reset. We'll go through some of those real quick. Hey, Norman has started. But first, also, give me a second, I gotta go to the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. And so that's here. Groaning. Okay, cover tactic. Skip, skip. Okay. Gauge. Now Midoriya.
わかりました。私は指揮官の姿を退けなさい。 先人のカラス私の刃になる。これが最後の戦いだといいですね、指揮官。先人のカラスは私の刃になる。
勝たなければ無意味です。
私は指揮官の翼
見つけましたよ。
私の刃になる。
見つけましたよ。勝たなければ無意味です。落ち着いて
切り開きます。
素晴らしい戦術でした、指揮官。
I got pushed all the way down. Yeah, it's very high. That's unfortunate.
言い訳だって疑心だって暁の闇描いて決意。どこ見てんだよ。全部消え失せろ。どこ見てんだよ。全部消え失せろ。どこ見てんだよ。全部消え失せろ。大したことねえ。別に褒められるようなことじゃ。え？
Those. Hey, another guy. Oh no, I already did. Never mind, it's all complete. I didn't realize I already had the third. Lol. All complete. All complete indeed. This, yep, all complete as well. I don't know what that boss is between Life Force and could be Cursed Waves related. And that's probably what I'm thinking. I think, yeah, that was all Bianca. I'm using the stream. Catcher, Exorcist. That's the one that's regular. Mickey. Radiant Respite. I forgot who that was. Fairy Moon. Toxalis. Jolie's Ring. Marcher. Solitary Dream. The Sectet. And then the Million Bargain. think, yeah, these are all the actual cutscenes. Okay, yeah, dreams are inscribed. Okay, sand table simulation. That's the current one, I think. Anyway, I was looking for the one from... I guess it's not here. Yeah, not from the story from this patch. But what is missing again? Besides arcade anima and the other thing. Just dreams inscribed and the current one, special dispatch. I'm surprised they didn't add Abyssal Melody scenes. I guess I'll have to look at that on my own time. That's unfortunate. So, with that in mind, I think that's about everything. I don't want to do the event record story stuff until... I want to do the event record story stuff at a different time. Particularly not on main Karenina. I already did one Nabe story. It's just 6 out of 14 because I didn't do like the challenge stages or whatever. Yeah, all of these I have completed and everything. Yeah. Just don't want to do any of these. Character shards are added into the resources. That's where you farm these and stuff, but if I do these on whatever like free time I have just to like get some characters to max rank, then that means that Celica would go away. And I don't want Celica to go away. Just that one from this. Energy of Despair. Sorrow Scales. Portraits. Grids. Same row column. Okay. Draven didn't show up even at the last moment. Where did they go? And then I'll move Lithos down. Interesting. And of course I'll get more of stuff for that as I do stuff, but I don't have to don't have the time to use the serum. Well, I had to wait for my thing to recover to use the serum. So now we really will call it there. Thanks for everyone for tuning in to our run through of Everglowing Justice, and I hope I'll see you guys again. See you around Friday. Have a good one.